What's up, Flannelverse? We are going to try to rip 3 BBM drafts tonight. I am a night owl. I've been a little bit getting tired at night recently. I've still been staying up anyway, so I'm planning on staying up late once again tonight. Get these 3 done. That will get me to the halfway point. 75 drafts done for Best Ball Mania if I can get through 3 tonight. One thing that I have learned from my Discord is I'm not the only night owl in the Best Ball Mania space. Feels like people are constantly doing drafts really late at night, even later than me some recently. So that has been cool to see. So hopefully some of you will hang out, do some drafts with me. I'll give you guys a minute to trickle in before I join the first one. Again, planning on doing 3 BBMs tonight. That's probably all I'm going to do tonight, probably just those 3, so I can just stop and check my exposures at the halfway point. Of course, they will be skewed by whoever has joined me on streams. I've done a lot. Most of these streams, the majority of them have been with guests, so it's not all going to be just my favorite players. While I am waiting to jump into a draft, waiting for you guys to trickle in, I will bite. What is a Scott Fishbowl? I feel like every year there's like a couple weeks where everybody is talking about the Scott Fishbowl. I see everybody tweeting about it. People are at various locations drafting for the Scott Fishbowl. I know there's some sort of a charitable element to it. I don't really know what it is. I've never actually looked into it. I know Steven, who is going to be joining us in some of these drafts tonight, he actually told me that I should join, said that there were a few spots left at one point a couple weeks ago. I never ended up joining, never ended up looking into. I want to look into what it was before trying to sign up for it. As far as I understand, kind of an exclusive thing too. Like not everybody gets into it who signs up. I don't fully understand it. So if any of you know, let me know. What is a Scott Fishbowl? All right, I am going to get us into a draft. I was just checking out the layout here, but we're going to jump into a BBM draft right now. Hopefully some of you will get in. If you want to get in, I would recommend getting in now if you want to draft with me. All right, we're about halfway full. Should fill up pretty quickly here. I do have 2 more pit bulls to go, Jeremy. Maybe if we still have time after the BBMs, but I want to get through halfway just so I can do the whole check my exposure thing with BBMs. It'd be fun to just see how things are shaking out. What is up, King of Kings? Hell yeah. Glad to have you joining. All right, 2 more. I did do a stream earlier tonight. I was on the Fantasy Sanctuary with Tom and Tyler. That was a lot of fun. About an hour. One of the shorter streams. I feel like I rarely do streams that are an hour or less recently. I've been always doing streams that are at least 2 hours. Going to be doing again probably 2.5, 3 hours tonight as we're trying to do 3 drafts here. Still waiting on 2 more. I guess a lot of people are still doing the pit bull, so maybe a little bit tougher to fill. I was listening to Pete's stream a little bit this morning. He was saying the same thing. They're not filling quite as quick as usual. What's up, Andrew? Andrew, I did not think to invite you to come on this stream, but if you're interested, hit me up. Let me know. I'll send you a StreamYard link if you want to. We've been talking about doing a stream together and have been meaning to schedule it. And I've been so busy recently. We were building a patio last week, threw a party last week. So my brain has not been in the game recently, trying to get back into streaming this week. But Andrew, we had talked about doing a stream together at some point. If you want to hop in tonight, you are welcome to. Otherwise, some other time, we'll do a stream together sometime soon. I have not looked into the DK King of the Desert qualifiers, Lundar. So I'm not the guy to answer that one. All right, I got the 5 hole. We got King of Kings in the 6 hole. Steven gets into the 9 hole. Andrew in the 10 hole. The Icon in the 11 hole. That is that's you, right? Jeremy, you're the Icon. Yep. Pick 11. Let's go. What up, copper prices? I see. You don't win anything. The Scott Fishbowl is all for charity. You win prizes at the live events. Buy an inch raffles, all money to charity. Oh, that's cool. That does sound cool. All right. Sounds good, Andrew. The thing is, he says you can get bragging rights if you're the winner. How many people are in it in total in the Scott Fish Bowl? And who won it last year? Because I don't recall hearing who won. I know several people are in it. I know even Matthew Bear is in it. I believe Scott Fish is a Minnesota guy like myself. I've seen enough rumblings that I sort of have some idea, but I've never fully grasped what it is. All right, Jamar Chase, guys, let me get my guy. Of course, I have, as you can see here, double the Chase exposure that I have of Amon-Ra St. Brown, but I don't care. I really like Jamar Chase this year. I'm doing it anyway. Going to be doing Davis Maddox stream tomorrow. That should be fun. I've never actually streamed with Davis before, so I'm the opener for that one. He's got some great guests coming on after me as well. Should be a fun stream. But yeah, I think that's at noon Central, 1 Eastern tomorrow. Come hang out then. Oh, damn, 4,000. So less than 10% of people make it in. Very exclusive. Not sure it went. Hell yeah. Paul knows. Paul knows what's up. He's no Justin Jefferson, to be clear, but I do like his situation better. Does also have better target competition than Justin Jefferson, probably. I mean, he's got T. Higgins. I don't think Jordan Addison is on the level of T. Higgins, but still, just having Joe Burrow throwing him the ball. I like the situation there. Got myself some Maker's Mark here and a little glass with an ice cube in it. So that's the plan for tonight. Sip a little bit of bourbon, drink a whole lot of water, and do some drafting. Well, could take Devonta Adams here. Only at 4% Mike Evans. I should probably refresh because these exposures are a bit old, like a couple weeks old at this point. Now, you know what? Saying in my Discord earlier, I need to be getting to some more Achan. I'm just going to do it because I like a lot of these receivers. I guess I could have gone Barkley. I have very little Barkley also. Jim Money says that Jim Money won it last year. Or maybe he's just saying his name. I don't know. Like a Hodor thing. So I have not looked closely at Jonathan Taylor this year, but I think he's a second rounder. I think that he's fairly priced based on every good ranking set I've looked at. They have him pretty early, so I think that taking two running backs here is a bit much. But I like Jonathan Taylor for early mid I guess mid second round is where I'd like to draft Jonathan Taylor. I do not have a very strong player take on Jonathan Taylor. I think he is a very good running back in a very good, maybe not very good situation. He's in a pretty good situation. I do have concerns about, is Anthony Richardson going to be dumping it off a lot? It's harder to rack up PPR points with a running quarterback. So there is that concern, but obviously still very talented. Damn, Mike Evans still on the board. All right, Mike Evans goes off the board. I do like Malik Neighbors quite a bit. I can see Stephon Diggs has a correlation somewhere. Where who does he play? Kansas City and Baltimore. So he must play somebody in week 15. I don't have that displayed. Gretsch has sort of convinced me on Stephon Diggs being in a contract year. I do think Stephon Diggs is the kind of player who is going to behave, be a team player during a contract year. So yeah, I'm back in on Stephon Diggs. I've been kind of fading him a little bit. I mean, not really. You can see my exposure. I'm above the field, so never been really fading him, but I do really like him here. He's been a player that I've been drafting, but more like hesitantly, I guess. He's been like a if everybody I like is gone, I'll take Stephon Diggs. So this is maybe the first time I've taken him ahead of Malik Neighbors because I do like Malik Neighbors quite a bit. But it kind of makes sense to me. Like he's in a great offense. He's always been that type of guy who's just, he's going to behave when he needs to. Thank you, Tony. What up, green check mark? Thank you for stopping by. What's up via hype? I'm blanking on your brother's name. Blake's brother. What's going on? I clearly have a Discord open. Yes, I do. There it is. It's the one sound I know when I get a Discord notification. All right. So bragging rights, but not necessarily notoriety. I mean, maybe could be somebody that I know and just don't know their actual name, but I don't think I knew who that is. No shade. Jim says Diggs' price is crazy to me. Don't see why people don't see him as the best wide receiver on Houston. I mean, Nico Collins is really good, like from an efficiency standpoint. Last year, if you look at like his yards per route run, first downs per route run, all that stuff. Maybe I'll pull up the fantasy points data suite so we can look at some of this stuff. All right. I'm a sucker for Trey McBride. Could go Mark Andrews and hope that Lamar comes back. I do have Stephon Diggs. Maybe that's the move because I have Stephon Diggs. Get the stack going. All right. Going to pull up the data suite. Been looking at it quite a bit. So one thing that has happened to me in the past couple days, so I've been working with Player Profiler had asked me to do tell them somebody that I really like to do a player profile on that player, somebody that I want to draft a lot of this year. And I had suggested, and this is like 3 months ago, and I suggested Stephon Diggs and didn't get around to it right away and was kind of thinking that I was going to get further instruction from them, which was incorrect. It was just the instruction was make a 2-minute video on why you like a player. But I for some reason thought that there was going to be more instruction coming until recently they reached out and they're like, hey, you still interested in doing this? So, it's been probably 3 months since I told them I was interested in doing a video on Dontavian Wicks as the player that I really like to draft this year. So I finally got around to making that video this weekend, which required doing a little bit more like deeper research. Because if I'm going to be doing a video like specifically about a player, I want my research to be good. I want to be well researched. And in doing that research, now luckily I learned as a part of this that it's 4 season long. The video I'm making is 4 season long rather than best ball, which is a relief because as I'm looking at it, I see now Dontavian Wicks. At the time I said I want to do it, he was like ADP of like 150. Now Dontavian Wicks' ADP is 122, and doing a little bit more research on Dontavian Wicks, I'm actually a little bit more scared than I was a month ago. And part of that is just the ADP. Like he's a better profile for a guy who goes a little bit later, but just his profile is really good. He was extremely efficient last year. I think his yards per route run was like 18th overall in the NFL of players who ran at least 100 routes. His first downs per route run was like 13th overall. Obviously, very, very good numbers for a rookie. But what concerned me is that his usage, his like route participation was not really getting better throughout the year. Like it was pretty sporadic, and particularly in the conference championship, he had like 34% route participation, something like that. So, and the quote that kind of started everybody looking into him a little bit more, the comparison to Devonte Adams, the quote from Lafleur, to me was not all that telling. It was he said, yeah, oh yeah, the sky's the limit for him, whatever. But it was like, if he really puts in the work, if he, it was one of those, like, kind of sounded like coach speak to me, just like, yeah, if he works really, really hard, he's going to be pretty good. I think like he's got the profile of somebody who could be really good, but like what made Devonte Adams amazing was how hard of a worker he is. So to me, it was more like, work your ass off, buddy. More that than like, yeah, he's going to be great. It's more like he could be great if he works harder than everybody else, like Devonte Adams did, which to me is not like extremely bullish. It's I don't know. It was one of those quotes that I don't want to like take too much from. He was asked specifically about it. He had said that I see glimpses of Devonte Adams in Dontavian Wicks, which is obviously great. He says this guy's a limit. You can interpret that in a very, very bullish light. But I think there is another light that you can interpret it as like, yeah, he's just a coach saying that, yeah, my guy could be good if he works really hard this offseason. So with that and the fact that he only had like 34% rep participation in the conference championship, I am a little bit like backing off a little bit. I am less bullish on Dontavian Wicks where he's going now because I do prefer like Jerry Judy. Like I think Jerry Judy higher floor, I mean much much higher floor and comparable ceiling, I'd say. So it's a tougher click than it was for me a month ago. And even like the more research I do, I'm like, I'm still in, like I still like it. I still think he has very, very high upside, but it's gonna require him to get onto the field for the coaches to buy in. Like if I start hearing like, yes, he's going to be a starter this year, I'm gonna be very much back in because he was very efficient last year. But I'm nervous. I'm a little bit nervous about it. All right, do I go Dunze? I do like Odunze. Don't think there's anything else I really need to do here. Yep, doing it. Just a local fantasy football guy with, yeah, I mean, that's cool. Very cool. Good for him. I got Lamar. You can have Stroud. You're welcome. I also we brutally sniped Steven earlier in the fantasy sanctuary draft. He almost got Mahomes at 59 after taking Kelsey much earlier. So he was like very close to getting an awesome Chief stack. And then I looked at it and said, hey, look, we could take Mahomes here. We've got both Rashi Rice and Xavier Worthy left. And we took them. And then I felt bad because I had not realized that the pick after us was Steven, who had already taken Kelsey. Mad Irish has one wide receiver so far through 5 rounds. Naked Mahomes. What's it going to be? Guessing everybody's gone, right? Yeah, Rice, Worthy, both gone. It's risky. I'm wearing flannel. This is totally real flannel. Don't worry about it, Robert. JSN goes. All right, so I'm at 1131. Lad all day for me at 77. Love that. Feeling good about this team. That was really nice getting Lad to fall there. I got Lamar 6 picks past ADP at 53. Reached a bit on Achan. Chase, love Chase. Diggs, Odunze, Lad McConkey, bit past ADP, and Mark Andrews. Feeling good about it. You did not actually get CJ Stroud. Steven, apologies. Unstacked. That's a tough one. Tough one to take unstacked because, I mean, you can get Dalton Schultz later, but I don't know. Do you really want Dalton Schultz? Do you want to reach to make sure you get Dalton Schultz? I don't. Wait, what happened with Tony? Please tell me that somebody isn't throwing this draft. Oh, you're saying the guy who took Mahomes. Yeah. Get ready to learn Tony, buddy. Who else is there? Justin Watson, I guess. You could take Justin Watson. Go back to the Justin Rosswell. No, thank you. All right. Jeremy got his Kyler Marvin Harrison stack. That's a fun one. Fish sticks going naked Dak. Or is he going to add on Jake Ferguson? Did he go? Yeah, maybe Ferguson's still there. Nope. Okay. All right. I guess he can go Brandon Cooks later. This is an interesting one. A lot of people going unstacked. Sad. Kelsey Mahomes at 60 and you drop the baby. Can't be dropping the baby. What's up, Felix? Felix came into the Discord on Saturday and I think did one draft with us and then said, I'll see you next Saturday. So you having a busy week, Felix? By the way, if you have not entered to the Flannelverse Discord, would love to have you in the Discord. The link is in the description of this video. It's a good crew. We do some late night drafting. We do some midday drafting. We do some shooting the shit. It's a fun time. Who do I want here? I do like Jalen Warren. I do like Zach Moss. Kind of like Jonathan Brooks. This is a lot of good running backs here. You know what? Oh, nope. I'm doing Warren. I do it too much. I get my stacks done and I'm like, all right, the Burrow thing. I've got other options later. I don't need to be reaching on Burrow. Just have to remind myself sometimes. You don't have to take Burrow in every draft. Important reminder to myself. Now, if it comes back around to me at 101, I mean, what can you expect from me? Obviously, at that point, got to take Burrow. That's me, bud. I'm the bye week police. I sent them. I know where they are. Who you got, Andrew? Let's see it. See how gross this is. Josh Allen. Ooh, Wilson, London, Higgins, Keon Coleman. Oh, buddy. Your team is going to be looking so good through 11 weeks. You're going to feel so good about it. Oh my God, I'm in second place. We got a 40-point lead on third. I'm totally going to make it to the second round. And then you're going to get outscored by 60 points. You're going to be fighting from behind after week 12. Brutal. Just brutal. I feel for you. Felix, are you okay with picking Jaylen Warren? Is that a thing? I would have assumed, as the world's biggest Najee bull, that you are a full-on Warren hater. Well, I'm glad I went Warren there because getting a run on a lot of the running backs that I wanted. I don't love to see that Rashid Shaheed has risen so much because I like Rashid Shaheed quite a bit. I liked him better at like mid, one teens instead of in the 90s. And now that seems to be where he's going more and more. RIP. Me taking Rashid Shaheed makes me sad. What's a guy to do? I mean, I just want all the Burrow. I do have the Justin Herbert out later. I do like Justin Herbert quite a bit too. And I've got Ladd, got Rome. But he's 11 picks past ADP. I'm just doing it. I'm just doing it. Got both of my quarterbacks all stacked up. This is beautiful. All right, we got Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Devin Achane, Jaylen Warren, Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs, Romo Dunze, Ladd McConkey, and Mark Andrews on the squad. Your wish is my command. You don't have to tell me twice to take Joe Burrow. What's up, Meatwad? Can I call you Meat? That's from a Spag stream, apparently. I haven't watched that stream. Haven't seen the origins of the Can I Call You Meat, but I like it. It's funny. Have not streamed with Spags in too long. I saw I think he was on with Pete today. I have not finished that stream, but usually do. I enjoy those streams always. Good to see you, Thad. Can I call you Thad? I think you go by Thaddeus. Caleb Williams goes, making me feel better about the Burrow pick. That was one of my fallback options. Now, okay, still Dak is still unstacked. Caleb unstacked. This is not the way, folks. You got to be stacking your quarterbacks. Now, Andrew takes Josh Palmer, knowing that I have 2 elite quarterbacks already. So he can probably push Justin Herbert. Did Wicks go already? Yeah, Dontavian Wicks goes. He is very good. Or he was very good last year. I mean, he's a 5th round rookie. Far exceeded any expectations you could reasonably have for a 5th round rookie. I do love me some Gus Edwards. Maybe do that secondary correlation. Yeah, I'm going to do that. We're at 2, 3, 4, 1. Cooks goes, so the Dak drafter is going to remain naked. Maybe get a late Ryan Flournoy. I know Tony's into Ryan Flournoy. I do it occasionally. Meatwad doesn't even remember. User knows ball. I just it scares me. The small sample size scares me. Like he comes in as a 5th-round rookie, obviously very good last year. You watch the tape, looked great. Everybody can see that. It's kind of gone mainstream with all the hype for Dontavian Wicks. But there's a part of me that's just like, but the coach didn't even play him in the conference championship after all these games where he showed all these plays that we saw. The coach was still not totally like convinced enough to play him in the conference championship. So I'd like something a little bit more recent saying that yes, he is taking that next step. He has been amazing in practice. I just want to hear something from the coaches. And then I'll be fully back in. But taking him at 113 scares me a little. I would rather have I'm regretting the Gus pick because I think I should have gone Jerry Judy here because I think I need more receiver firepower. And I like Jerry Judy, I think, better than Wicks. Maybe I just don't know ball. But I think he's so much safer. I think he's the pretty clear wide receiver 2 in Cleveland. And he actually was pretty damn good a couple years ago. All right, Josh Downs. Do I want Josh Downs here? Dallas Goedert's fallen a bit. Yep, going Dallas Goedert. Closing out my tight end room. Have a good night, Felix. I knew you'd say that, Tony. There's your advice. I'm guessing the guy who has naked Dak right now is not watching the stream. Miwad says he would not go so far as preferring Jerry Judy over Dontavian Wicks. He is half joking. Yeah, I'll take Wicks ahead if I have a Vikings or Packers stack going on for the week 17, but generally I do think I'm going to be ranking Jerry Judy a little bit ahead of Wicks. All right, let's see. Have this at the ready. If anybody has anybody you want me to look into in the data suite, happy to pull that up. This is, in fact, draft 1, Pigskin Blanket. So you want to jump in the next one, join us. Pigskin Blanket actually came to Minneapolis a couple weeks ago. We actually met up for a drink. That was fun. Old time DFS pro. Been playing as long as I can remember. And I've been playing since the very beginning. Gabe Davis at 136. That feels pretty good for Steven. Oh, Steven gets Anthony Richardson with both Downs and A.D. Mitchell. That feels good. All right. Do I go? I think I got to go Dowdle here. I think I need one more. Yep. Doing that. So I'm at 2-4-4-2. Maybe don't need more than one more running back on this team. maybe 2. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I'm probably done at both quarterback and tight end. So this could be like a 2-6-8-2. That's probably what it ends up being. A little bit light at wide receiver. I missed this. 2 stackable late quarterbacks takes naked Herbert. Is he going to take Quentin Johnston? I mean, that's just what this room is doing. This room is just not stacking for some reason. Is Cooper's holdout real enough for Judy wide receiver 1 potential? I don't think I'm reading anything into Cooper's holdout, like holdouts in general at this point. It's just so early. And what do you mean by wide receiver 1? Like top 12? I'd be shocked if he's a top 12 receiver this year. All right, I'll make my pick. But we were talking about it in the Discord a couple days ago. Somebody brought up Jerry Jeudy. How are people feeling about him? And I think probably somebody who's in chat here responded, "What has Jerry Jeudy ever done in the NFL?" was his answer. And I looked up. I was like, well, he was like wide receiver 26 a couple of years ago, being drafted now as a wide receiver 64 or something like that. So like relative to where he's being drafted, he's done quite a bit. All right, now I can add Jermaine Burton onto the stack. Am I crazy for liking Burton at least as much, maybe better? I mean, I'm drafting him a lot more than Ricky Pearsall. Obviously, on a Joe Burrow team, it makes sense, but like in a vacuum, I think I like him as much as Ricky Pearsall. Just the situation feels so good. All right, let's look it up. Let's look up Jerry Jeudy. Got a little while till my next pick. All right, so going back to, let's look at 2023 first. We'll put on a filter here, or let's see, a qualifier. Minimum of 100 routes run. And then, all right, let's see where Jeudy falls in here. Oh, he wasn't on the Browns yet. All right. That'll change things. All right. So yards per route run. .75, not that far behind Cortland Sutton in terms of yards per route run. What about first downs per route run? 0.0. I mean, that's really bad. 0.065. Where is that going to rank? Like relative to Wicks, that is really bad relative to Wicks. Wicks in that category, 13th overall, as you can see here, 0.115. Oh shit, I'm on the clock. I just looked at it and thought it said that I had plenty of time. That's incorrect. All right, let's see. Good. Bateman getting some real buzz right now. Mark Andrews comes out, says he's going to have a huge year. So if I can get him at ADP with the quarterback stack, seems like a cromulent pick. All right, put that up, and now I'm going to look. All right. So not very great in terms of first downs per route run. Looks like he's past pick 100 for Jeudy, just barely. But let's look for yards per route run. A little bit sub 2. That was a 1.75. 54th in terms of yards per. I mean, he's being drafted as a wide receiver 64. And this is with Russell Wilson looking awful last year. As you saw, like Cortland Sutton was not much better. Maybe it's just a system thing. Like maybe he needed a new system. Had the pedigree coming in. Gets a better offensive environment, I think, in Cleveland. I don't know, and he's just I think I think he's a wide receiver too in Cleveland. Now I know he was for the Broncos as well, but again, you look at 2 years ago, he was actually like wide receiver 2, 3 border. Adam Thielen, I am out on once again this year. Only sort of terrified of it. Now they have Deontay Johnson, so I don't think he's going to be a wide receiver one this year, but clearly had a connection with Bryce last year, so I don't know. Slightly scary. All right. I need to refresh who I'm Demarcus Robinson. Damn you, G23 Sports. No, but I actually like Marvin Mims also, and I have a lot of Demarcus Robinson, so I'm not actually mad about that. Also, he's the bring back for Joe Burrow. Um, in my mind, Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin are very similar, except Marvin Mims is a year deeper into his career, and I can't. I've been reading it as because he's a little bit further along, and I think they're very similar players. And Sean Payton said all these nice things about him last year. Like maybe this is the year that he actually lets Marvin Mims get involved, like he kept saying he was going to last year. It's also possible though that Sean Payton just doesn't really believe in Marvin Mims and drafted Troy Franklin as to be what he thinks is a better version of Marvin Mims. So maybe I'm wrong, but I'm still ranking Mims ahead of Franklin. Yes, we sure are old. As I said, met up with Pigskin and Blake. I can confirm we are old guys. We went to a nice, fancy hotel. It was a good time. You can't roster Rico Dowdle. I don't know. I think it's going to be a good offense. Rico Dowdle going very, very late for a potential running back one. I don't think he was bad last year. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm thinking. Like Pearsall is 100% contingent value. Yes, we keep on hearing Brandon Ayuk is holding out. Well, they can't reach a deal right now. Sounds like they're not getting very close to a deal, but they don't need. They've got him signed through the year. I don't think he's going to hold out. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. I think he's staying. And yeah, they don't use the wide receiver three all that much. Yeah, for all intents and purposes, you are older than me, Brendan. Brendan says he's 26, but he has 3 kids. Yes, 26 with 3 kids is older than 40 with no kids. Can confirm. Do I go Javon? I do. I already have a bunch of week 14 buys. Who do I like at running back? Anybody I like at running back? Braylon Allen. I do like Braylon Allen. Yeah, we'll do that. Only 5% Javon Baker. I thought I had more, but I know that I have a ton of Javon Baker in pre-draft stuff. I'll keep him starred just in case. I guess I don't need to because he's also next up in my rankings. I don't know. Raw. I don't know what that means. What is top 3? Top 2 raw. What does that mean? I don't think that Jennings typically gets drafted on underdog. Tony Sprocket says, just don't forget that Cortland Sutton is really good. Yeah, and honestly, the stats weren't that much worse last year for Jerry Jeudy than Cortland Sutton. Like yards per route run, he was only slightly behind. I mean, if I had to make a guess, I'm guessing the Bears. And if I had to make a guess, Bears versus the field, I would still probably guess Bears, but hopeful that he goes somewhere else. All right, let's take a look at the team. 2-5-7-2. We've got Lamar and Burrow. Devin Achan, Jalen Warren, Gus Edwards, Rico Dowdle, Braylon Allen at running back. At wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs, Remo Dunze, Lad McConkey, Jermaine Burton, Rashad Bateman, Marvin Mims. At tight end, Mark Andrews and Dallas Goddard. Feel like we're sort of in a take the best available, which is always a nice place to be this late in a draft. I do have 3 of my 7 wide receivers are week 14 bye. Ooh, I like CEH. Might have been my pick here. Baltimore, Houston. Could throw on a Yoshevich. Let's get a rare Slayton share. Different bye week. Don't know if you saw the report that Yoshevich and Chase Brown are leaps and bounds ahead of, or they're learning quicker than anybody their trainer has ever seen. Of course, those are the words of their trainer, who they hired as a private trainer. So I don't really know if I want to read too much into that, but I like Yoshevich anyway. I think that he is, like, it's almost 50-50, Yoshevich versus Burton. I kind of think he has like almost just as good of odds to be the wide receiver 3. And Burton, I like Burton quite a bit too, but Yoshevich was, I think, pretty good last year. He's working hard private trainer. All right, let's see. Oh, Mewat says top 5 in first downs per run and top 2 in yards. I mean, yeah, that's what I forgot that's actually one of the things I was going to go back and look at was because we were talking about Nico Collins and why he goes ahead of Stephon Diggs, and it's just because he did actually have a really efficient year last year. Yeah, yards per route run, second. I mean, Tyreek Hill, my God, 4.05 is so insane. Just the gap he has on every other receiver. And then first downs per route run. Tyreek Hill, again, look at that gap. 0.187 to 0.148 is second with Brandon Ayuk. Impressive. All right, we're at 2582. Could throw on a Gesicki. I don't take a lot of Gesicki. Could even throw on a Bo Nix. I like Bo Nix quite a bit. Got the stack. Do I do it? I don't know if it's a good idea to take Yoshevich on a team where you already have Jermaine Burton, but you kind of lock up. Like, you're gonna have the wide receiver 3, almost definitely. If you take them both, feels a little bit like a double condom decision, but I don't know. What if Higgins gets traded? What if somebody gets hurt? They could both be good for where they're going in drafts. Oh, I don't know if I didn't get him. I let the clock run down, and I have a cap on my wide receivers, so I get Dylan Lobby instead. That's all right. Nice to see that Dylan Lobby has a different bye week than every other running back here. I don't have super high hopes for Dylan Lobby. Not really a last round target for me. So I would have preferred to get Yoshevich there. But sometimes I forget about the caps on my players. My positional caps. All right. If anybody was in the draft and you want a review of your team, let me know. We'll do it quickly before we jump into the second draft. My team ends up Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow at quarterback. At running back, Devin Achane, Jalen Warren, Gus Edwards, Rico Dowdle, Braylon Allen, Dylan Lobby. Bad Neil. Not getting your guy in the 18th. Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs, Romo Dunze, Lad McConkey, Jermaine Burton, Rashad Bateman, Marvin Mims, Darius Slayton at wide receiver. At tight end, Mark Andrews and Dallas Goedert. Even though it is a 2-6-8-2, and I think that's fine, I would have preferred Yoshevich on this team. Not going to lie to you. That was a brain fart to let the clock run down and forget about my positional limits. But you live and you learn. Not a bad team. I think I'm okay with that team. We got the Lamar paired up with double stacked with Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews. I don't think we have any. Oh yeah, we've got the bring back with Stephon Diggs on that one. We've got Joe Burrow. We do have him double stacked anyway, even without Yoshis. We got Jamar Chase and Jermaine Burton. We got the double or the bring back of Marvin Mims. So ultimately, I feel good about the team, even with the blunder on Yoshevich. All right. King of Kings. Let's take a look at it. Jeremy says not his best draft, so I'm guessing he does not want us to look at it, but let me know if that's not true. Where are you? King of Kings, right behind me. All right, so he gets Brock Purdy and Jared Goff, so I can already see he's got a Week 17 game stack going on. Two quarterbacks in the same game in Week 17. Not the end of the world. Not the best thing to have both your quarterbacks in that same Week 17 game, but honestly, not a huge problem for me. Goes Travis Etienne, Blake Corum, Ty Chandler, Jaleel McLaughlin, Antonio Gibson, Khalil Herbert at running back. I like that. That's a pretty solid. You can call this a hero RB team with Travis Etienne as the hero. Blake Corum, Ty Chandler, Jaleel McLaughlin, Antonio Gibson, Khalil Herbert. You are, if things are going to the season as they are right now, you're going to be hurting to start the year. You're only going to have one starting running back to start the year, but you have a lot of 1B type running backs. I mean, Ty Chandler, I'd say, is a 1B type running back. Blake Corum, probably just a straight up second running back. Jaleel McLaughlin, TBD. We don't really know. Antonio Gibson, TBD. Khalil Herbert, situation unknown. So a lot of unknowns there. You're just counting on something to break your way early in the season or before the season starts with one of those running backs. At wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brandon Ayuk, DJ Moore, Calvin Ridley, Jameson Williams, Troy Franklin, Zay Jones, Jawan Jennings, and at tight end, George Kittle and Jake Ferguson. So he has, the full game stack with Purdy and Jared Goff. With that game stack, he has Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brandon Ayuk, Jameson Williams, Jawan Jennings, and George Kittle. So very much stacked up with both quarterbacks. Looks good. Looks like a strong team. I think the quarterbacks are probably good enough. Purdy and Goff, both like solid mid-round quarterbacks. So I think I'm okay with just two quarterbacks there. The running back's a little bit weak, but certainly potential for things to break your way. Very strong at wide receiver, strong tight end. Looks like a good team. All right, nobody else calling for a look at the team. I think that I am. Before we get into the next one, I'm going to go look at my... Wait, what do I want to do here? I want to go to drafts completed. We're going to go exposure. And should I do just... No, for this, I'm going to grab exposures to all drafts instead of just BBM, I think. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do all drafts, not just BBM. Grab exposures. And we'll see where we're actually at going forward. All right. I have not updated the draft caddy. Brick did send me a note that, oh God, you don't want to see. I don't want you to see that. For those that don't know, I have one team currently advancing in the MLB best ball out of 38. the expectation would be like 7. All right, we are going to get into, I'm just going to double check we didn't have anybody else. Yeah, we're going to get into another Best Ball Mania right now. I should not have played those MLB Best Balls. I was experimenting, but didn't do any could not detect your location. Didn't do any research, and I don't know MLB that well. It's just I play it as a numbers game in DFS, so I never really learn what is going on here. I'm gonna refresh this. Okay, we are in. Maybe that was just because I grabbed the exposures and it threw them off. But for MLB Best Ball, I didn't do any research into the players except for I looked at the player structures, um, or the structures that you want for the tournament. But I just drafted off of ADP. I didn't do any kind of rankings, and I um, was experimenting with trying different divisions. So I was like, I would draft only batters from the AL Central, the NL Central, whatever, like trying different things like that, just as an experiment. And I don't know, as a result, maybe not as a result, maybe as a result of the fact that I don't know ball when it comes to MLB, my teams are not looking good. We get the 101 here. Pigskin a Blanket going to draft with us. Andrew in this one again, he lied to us. He said the last one was going to be his only. Big lie. Gimples, I believe Mr. Gimple, Barry Gimple was my geometry teacher in high school, 9th grade, I want to say. Steven makes it into this one. All right, it is my pick. D. Lutomsky's in here. Kristaps Porzingis drafting with us. And of course, King of Kings, good group here. Obsidian, is this don't know if I know Obsidian. Do I just go CMC? I mean, we look at my updated. I only have 6.7%. Yeah, I only have 6.7%. He is the very, very clear number 1 running back if he stays healthy. Just going to do it. It was not just me being locked out. Sorry, Jeremy. Thank you for the reminder, Benjamin. Yeah, if you guys could hit that like button, I would appreciate it. Trying to grow the channel. Also coming into tonight, haven't looked at it recently, but at 1772 subscribers so far, trying to get to 2,000 before the season starts. If you would subscribe to the channel, I'd appreciate it. Hitting the like button helps. Commenting under the video. If you watch a video after the fact, you comment on it. That helps the algo. All that stuff helps. So really appreciate it. Pigskin goes Tyreek Hill number 2. Now, Pigskin, are you concerned about the Cleveland matchup in Week 17? I am I'm a little bit concerned about it. Not like super concerned. I still take Tyreek Hill, but it does affect me just a little bit that I don't love the Week 17 matchup. But who knows? Maybe you have a nice, 60-degree day in Cleveland, and Tyreek Hill is just continues from an efficiency standpoint to lap the field. You're probably going to be happy to have Tyreek Hill in that scenario. Bijan goes at 6. Steven likes his Bijan. Andrew goes Chase at 4. Nothing too crazy here. I would say Tyreek Hill at number 2, you don't see all that often, so that's a little bit off the beaten path. Bijan ahead of Amon-Ra is a little bit unique. I guess A.J. Brown ahead of Breece Hall is a little bit unique, so not totally going according to script. Okay, but you're just wrong there because it's Justin Jefferson is the best wide receiver. Come on. What are we talking about here? Although, if you look at the numbers, they did look pretty damn good for Tyreek Hill last year. Pigskin, also a card collector. So I thought I do have my latest purchase right here. Let me see if I can. I'm going to put it away from the camera if I don't actually look at it. Got myself a Justin Steele. 13 out of 75 tops gilded. Pretty cool card in my opinion. I also 13 is sort of a lucky number for me. I got married on Friday the 13th, September 2019, 91319. A month after I got married, also had my first $100,000 win in DFS. So ever since then, I think of back to back months, good things happening on the 13th. Consider it to be a lucky number for me. Of course, I received this Justin Steele card that day. He pitches a complete game, so gets his first pitcher win of the season. Thumb stat, but still so cool. Pitching like a Cy Young candidate, in my opinion, but team's not helping him out much. What I would really like, so I bought a Justin Steele bobblehead, um, and I'm not like the type of collector who collects like everything, but I target like specific items. I had wanted a Justin Steele bobblehead, so that was kind of cool that came out. Um, just this past week is his first one. I'll make my pick and then I'll tell you the card that I'm really after. See, I don't think you want to go two running backs right away. So maybe take Ayuk as part of the stack and then Devonta Smith. So I've been a long time collector, but I'm not like I often buy and then sell. I don't really hold on to that many things very long. But I think that I'm getting to the point now where I'm targeting more things that I want to keep as part of a collection or as part of I'm going to work on this background at some point, uh, and I want to find some cool things to put there. So I bought the bobblehead to as you might be able to see, I've got some no that way bobbleheads over there. Kind of hard to see right now. I think I'm going to get a shelf that's a little bit closer to me so you can see what's behind me a little bit easier. But I think I will add. So I've got a couple Anthony Edwards and a Gorgie Jeng bobblehead there. I think that I will add. I bought the Justin Steele bobblehead already, so I'll throw that behind me. But I really want. He's got a Topps Dynasty rookie patch auto, and it is his only rookie patch auto, as far as I know. The only one I could find on eBay. It's from Topps Dynasty. It's kind of a higher end product. But coming from more of an NBA collector background, I know it's like baseball collectors don't love the RPAs as much in general. They prefer like Bowman Chrome, and those are cool. But coming from basketball collection kind of mindset, I've always loved rookie patch autos. I just think they look cool. You get different kinds of patches and stuff. Uh, the hard thing here, he says you should get it. There's none on eBay currently. I've been looking. I've been looking all over for it. It's a little bit expensive, also. Obsidian goes with the Eagle stack. AJ Brown, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts. It's kind of fun. I was hoping that Devonta Smith or that Jalen Hurts might come back to me at the turn. It was a long shot, regardless. Probably, I did not notice that he had both AJ Brown and Saquon Barkley. So maybe if I noticed that, I would have put together that he was doing a thing and wasn't going to let me get Jalen Hurts. But such is life. I like Devonta Smith anyway. Yeah, I mean, it definitely has some. It's also not that uncommon. I see people do CMC HN all the time. I feel like people often I see people doing CMC HN Kyron, like that kind of thing. People get excited, like you get the one running back, and then it's like, well, what if you just need the running backs early? I try not to fall into just like going full high T early on, just because I took one early. Pigskin, did I tell you the story of how I met Shaq? Like 2 months ago, I met Shaq in passing, like not like really met him, but met him in passing. All right, we are at one running back, two receivers. Some tight ends fall in here. Christian Kirk is there. Steven goes Kelsey. Gimples goes Laporta. So the tight ends jumping off the board now. Andrew goes Christian Kirk. Scooter goes Lamar Jackson. Hate to see it. Who do I want here? Who I really want is Laporta. So close. Falls to 44. I'm a sucker for Trey McBride. So I'm going to queue him up right away. Do I want Keenan Allen? What's the ADP say? Hollywood Brown. Could go Hollywood. Yeah, I'm going to go McBride. I think Keenan. I don't feel good about this decision. I got to be honest with you. These are just not my favorite picks right here. Ooh, I'm projected for exactly 1,000 points right now. That's fun. What's up, Pat? Good to see you here. I've still got Brick's overlay on here, but Pat has come out with a very cool overlay as well with some other different features, which is kind of cool. Love to see people kind of innovating with the overlays at bestballoverlay.com. I don't have a promo code for either of them currently, but shout out to Pat and Josh for innovating as well. Cool to see. All right, maybe I'll tell you the Shaq story later. It's a good story. It's a pretty funny story. Once I finish my bourbon. Rashi Rice at 56. Steven gets his pairing of Travis Kelce with Patrick Mahomes. Maybe hoping to get Rashi Rice to fall back. Pretty unlikely, though, where he's going these days. He could fall to 66. I think we got Xavier Worthy at like 70 earlier, so that could still happen. Only 3 wide receivers through 5 rounds, which is fine, but they're not my favorite wide receivers. Ayuk, Devonta Smith, Keenan Allen, like doesn't feel like I have that true number 1 receiver. That's a little bit tough. Hell yeah, you gonna join the next one? You want to come on, Pat? You want to come on stream? Let me know if you do. Getting lonely here. I okay. I sent out the link to Debro, to Justin, to Drew, and both Justin and Debro were said they were going to be in the air. Justin on his way to pitch or not. I'm going to play the Orioles. I don't know. He's got to be pitching pretty soon. Debro was also apparently in the air, flying somewhere, and Drew said he might join later, but it would be pretty late at night if he's able to. But he did say it sounded fun, so we'll see. Maybe Drew joins later. I'm just shocked that more people don't want to impromptu join a late night stream. What's wrong with people? You don't just want to hop on when you're in your pajamas, half asleep? That's cool. Yeah, let's definitely run it back soon, Pat. Wait, Andy's in this one? What is Andy's? Andy Glockner is in this draft with us. And I don't think I know what his username is. Are you Gimples, Andy? Are you watching the stream? He just sent me that we were drafting against each other, and I am realizing that I don't know. Can I figure it out? Andy Glockner? No. I'm guessing he's Gimples, but I don't know. No, he's not. He's not Gimples. I feel like he sent me his screenshots before. I've looked at his teams. Oh, it's here. It's got to be ELAG. It's AG. Explain like I'm Andy Glockner, born in 1729. There, I cracked the code. I was kind of hoping that Kittle would make it back to me. Deontay. Could go Kyler here. I'm going to go Kyler here. Getting my guys. All right, I'll throw this back up. I feel like my wife should know I passed this test that you didn't hop on a late night stream. Oh, Gimples is putting together the same stack as me. The San Francisco Detroit Week 17. What did you mean by Justin's going to play? I think the Cubs are going to play the Orioles. Talking about Justin Steele. Right? Yeah, they're going to the Orioles. Yeah, I'm talking about Justin Steele of the Chicago Cubs is a big fantasy sports fan and has gotten super into best ball. In a bizarre twist, Fantasy Guru Drew introduced me to him. He's been on the channel a couple times. probably going to come back and draft at some point. I'm hoping. Would obviously love to get him back on, but obviously also a very busy guy. He, as far as I know, does not draft on Underdog. I asked him that, and he, I think, seemed unsure if he had an Underdog account. He drafts, I think, just exclusively on DraftKings currently. Man, Rashid Shaheed at 86. Wait, they mentioned what as a joke? I mean, they know that he plays because he came on this channel. He actually came on a week I was going to have John on my podcast, and it was scheduled for Wednesday, and then on that Monday Drew reached out and he was like, hey, if you want to do the podcast, Justin's available tonight. We had talked about Drew coming on. Drew had said Justin might be willing to come on sometime, and I was like, hell yeah, let's get Justin Steele on the podcast if he is willing to do it. So then on a Monday, when I had a show scheduled with John on Wednesday, on that Monday I was told, Justin would come on the podcast with us. So I was like, screw it. Yeah, let's do it. So then I told John, I was like, hey, just so you know, we're going to do the podcast on Monday. I would still love to do the podcast with you on Wednesday. And he, at that point, was like, actually, I'm pretty busy this week. So if we don't have to do it, then let's do it another time. And they're both baseball fans. So yeah, they were not joking. All right, let's see here. Zamir White falling a bit. That's fun. All right, we're doing Zamir White, Brock Bowers. Feeling good about this team. This is a fun team. All right. Yeah, he's not allowed to. I don't think he's allowed to do anything with MLB. So he doesn't. He doesn't do the dailies. He doesn't do any kind of betting on MLB, best ball, etc., etc. So yeah, if it was an MLB thing, definitely not him. Man, I apparently got to be drafting a little bit more on drafters. If you can get Shaheed at 111, I mean that's still like is not that far off his ADP on Underdog. Have I been happy with my draft so far? How different have your drafts been with guests compared to how you draft by yourself? Depends on the guest, but also I would say like not that different. Like generally, I'm inviting on sharp guests, so like usually we think the same way at least about like stacking that kind of stuff. Like none of my guests are like screw it, we don't need to stack. And if they were, I would just be like screw you, we're going to stack anyway. So I don't have guests that are thinking about the way to draft all that different from me. Some of us are different in the sense of like I'm big on double stacking, triple stacking with most quarterbacks. Whereas like Tyler is, big on emo cowboy. He's fine with just a single stack. A lot of guests are fine with single stacks. And sometimes if I listen more to their player takes, then we don't necessarily always double stack, triple stack. So it's different in that way. And it's also partially because a lot of the guests I have on, so I generally am inviting two types of guests on most of the time is people who have a data background and have given a lot of thought to how structure should be and like have looked at data deeply and we can have conversations about what their data have shown. Or I have guests that are ball knowers who just like know football really well, know coaching tendencies, know player efficiency numbers, situations, all that kind of stuff. In which case, sometimes those guys are just like, no, this guy is way better than that guy. So I don't care that this guy is a bring back or he's part of our stack. I just want the guy who's the better player. And like, so for me, when I'm drafted by myself, I'm like, sort of like both of those things to an extent, but I would say I'm not like elite at like I don't look deeply in the numbers. I read other people's stuff all the time, so I know like how to construct my teams and stuff, but I'm not like doing the research myself. And I'm also like, as far as ball knowledge goes, I love football, watch a lot of football, but I'm pretty new to actually doing season long fantasy football content. Even though I've been playing for years, I usually am like I'm listening to other people's stuff to get the player takes as opposed to doing my own research. So I'm more inclined as that type who's not really digging in that deeply. I'm just like, okay, I'm going to build a team with a good structure, generally according to ADP or according to rankings that I trust, and not swaying too far from those. But I'm not usually like within a tier. I'm not like, oh my god, I like this player so much better than that other player. We need to take them, even though it doesn't make sense from a structural standpoint. That kind of thing. With that said, I'm a fan of Jerry Judy this year. I think he makes sense on this team that only has 4 wide receivers so far. Is there a quarterback that I like here? No, all my quarterbacks went, looks like. That's a bummer. All right, we'll go Judy. Do love me some Gus. All right, so we're in a little bit of a pickle with and even things like this. Like I put myself in a spot here where I thought I'd be able to get a quarterback here between one of Purdy or Caleb or oh, I don't have any Detroit players in my mind. I had somebody from Detroit. I don't. But I already have Kyler Murray. So like the way I'm drafting, I'm always thinking about like, okay, what could work for my team later on, and I'm drafting that way. Now I do still have outs of I could take a late Bryce, I could take a late Deshaun Watson. So I have some outs at quarterback. But I think further ahead, typically when I'm drafting by myself as opposed to drafting with other people. Yeah, I don't think he's really drafted on underdog, so I think they were probably wrong about that. Yeah, it is really cool. And he's like super into it also. He's like really enjoys it. He is a best ball addict like the rest of us. Nez, I don't know if you saw, some of you might not know, Nez is coming on the podcast on Wednesday. I put that up in the future streams on the channel. Really looking forward to having a conversation with Nez on Wednesday. It has been a long time coming. I don't think we've ever done a stream just the two of us. Nez and I think have done 2 or 3 streams where we were both guests on somebody else's channel. So it'll be fun to just shoot the shit with Nez on Wednesday. I'd be happy to take your dynasty question. I am not a very experienced dynasty player. I'm in a long-term unlimited keeper league, which is a little bit different from dynasty, but I can give thought to your dynasty question and probably answer semi-intelligently. Uh-oh. Andreas, how many MLB lineups do you play? 29 in the main, Nez. What does it mean that you're trying not to sweat? Does that mean that you have a sweat, Nez? Because like it's easy to not sweat if you don't have a sweat. Sorry to destroy you with logic and facts. All right, let's. Hell yeah, Nez. Let's go. Don't look at it. I just watch my sweats. I can't help myself. Good for you if you can not look at it. Would you send Josh Jacobs for Quorum and a 2025 first? Yes, in a heartbeat. First round pick is awesome to have in Dynasty. From what I understand, it's just a year away. Josh Jacobs is, I know they just paid him a lot, but I think it's just a 1-year deal, or 1 year of making big money for the Packers. And Quorum could be good. Yeah, I think that's a pretty easy one, unless you're like really going for it this year. Then, but who you said? Let me see. You said your other running backs, other Brees, ETN, yeah, Kamara. You don't even need them for this year. It's a win now roster, but like you've got running back covered. Brees and ETN both better than Jacobs for this year. Ramonde Camara, solid fill-ins. I think that's a no-brainer. And you could flip that pick if you want to continue playing for this year. You can flip that for something better. I think package it. But either way, I think like your running backs are damn good. Ooh, Justin Herbert falls to 142. That's nice. All right. Got 5 receivers. You know I love me some Burton. Marshawn Lloyd here, though. Love me some Lloyd also. Could go Pearsall. I've got a nice... Maybe this is where I go Pearsall. Oh, but I also... Well, if Ayuk gets traded, maybe it's good for both of them. Probably not, though, because that San Francisco offense is so good. No, I'm just going Burton. Drew just informed Justin that people are calling for him on the stream. Drew, they're calling for you too. We need you on the stream, Drew. If you're watching, that tells me you're available, right? Again, destroying you with facts and logic. So I've been not drafting a ton of Hawkinson, and I think it might be a mistake. Like I think that he might be a player where I like formed my thoughts early when he was going around pick 100, and it was just like too early. And now he's gotten to the point where he's actually a pretty good pick where he's going. So I have not been drafting a lot of him. He's still sort of a blind spot for me, and I think he's a good pick. Like I think I should be drafting Hawkinson at this point. ADP of, let's see, did he go? Must have gone. Oh no, ADP of 148. Like it's true. Yeah, as you can see here, only 2% Hawkinson. I am definitely wanting to increase that. It's true that he's probably going to miss at least like I would guess like 6 weeks, and after 6 weeks, he's going to be playing either with Sam Darnold or a rookie quarterback. No guarantee that he's great when he does come back. However, he could just be TJ Hawkinson. He should be a focal point of the passing game for the offense. He's at least returning to like the same offense, even if the quarterback is different, returning to the same offense. So yeah, I like Hawkinson. I think I'm probably making a mistake. Now there's part of me that's still nervous that like maybe he misses more than 6 weeks. Like he's probably gonna miss at least 6 weeks, could be 10 weeks. And maybe he doesn't. There's still like the once you recover from injury or you come back from injury, you might not be fully healthy, you might not be fully ready to go at that point. But there are Vikings beat reporters who think he's going to be massive, like just awesome when he comes back. Don't put a lot of stock into what beat reporters think, but I think he's got some hope of being very good when he comes back. Yeah, good call, Malik Sealy. This is a BBM. This is BBM number 74 for me. I'm going to do one more BBM after this one. That'll put me in a good spot to do a midway review of my BBM entries. And then probably done after the next BBM. Who knows? Sounds like Drew may join if he can get his kids to go to bed. Crossing my fingers there. Would be fun to have Drew join for a little late night BBM. Yeah, and Jeremy says Anna Pitbull. That is the if we do continue drafting, I would probably skip BBM and instead just do Pitbull at that point. Maybe some 15-second clocks or something. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like I do have that concern, but I mean, he again, he was during pre-draft stuff. He was going around pick 100. It was a full no go for me. Like just if you're drafting him, I think it's a mistake around that pick. But now it's like, all right, he's going late enough that uh, it's not elite tight ends around him like it was. You're drafting him instead of Brock Bowers. I mean, even like Dallas Goddard, it'd be tough to take T.J. Hawkinson ahead of Dallas Goddard for me, or David Njoku. Now it's like, what are you giving up? You're not giving up anybody who has really elite potential. I don't think. Like maybe you could make the argument for Luke Musgrave. I'd be pretty surprised if Hunter Henry, Noah Fant, this group returns elite production. Maybe, I mean, I guess it's within the range of outcomes, but it's likelier, I would say, for TJ Hawkinson to be elite in the playoff rounds than these guys. Whereas where he was going previously, it was like, well, he's going around guys who have potential to be elite immediately, and that's not a bet I want to make. Oh man, this is rough. Even Deshaun went. All right, well, ooh, and Bryce has the same bye week as Kyler. All right, well, what would I like to do here? Might do it anyway. Let's see though. I can do this. I don't love it, but it's something. Different bye weeks. I was gonna have to do 3 quarterbacks if I go Bryce. Regardless, I'd rather get somebody who is elite. I got at least an elite quarterback now. Malachi Corley. I don't really know much about him, if I'm being honest. He's not he's a rookie, and I have not looked deeply into his profile. I've heard mixed things about him. Oh man, I didn't even realize we're doing the whole talk about TJ Hawkinson. I did not even realize that I passed on him at 168, 169. I already have 2 elite tight ends though, and McBride and Bowers. So yeah, I probably would have passed on him anyway, I think. But that's nice value for Pigskin a Blanket. All right. Yeah, that is it's tough. Tough doing these 30-second clocks. Our brains are just broken. We need instant gratification. We need 10-second clocks. That's fair. That's fair, Bobby. But none of us are going to win the 1.5 million anyway. So like, you're more likely to win the 100K. There's that. That's not true. We have seen several people that we know actually win these big prizes. There are a number of lineups that are just dead. So if you're drafting smart, like you do have a shot. You do have a shot. But such a big field, the Pitbull's at least a smaller field. You're more likely to win it. But that honestly, that was my mindset for many years. I've actually gotten back to like being willing to play for less money. But for many years, I was like, I'm not playing for anything that's less than like at least like $50,000. Now I enter contests that it's like, I mean, I play pick 6 on DraftKings, and it's like playing for $300 sometimes. Anybody have can we get a check on Nez's sweat? Is our guy going to take it down? I didn't enter. Yeah, I think it's sharp to play him that way. 3 TE builds. Now when you have 2 elite tight ends, you don't really need to. But yeah, he could have made sense on my team. I guess it would have given me a Vikings out. Also, I could have gone JJ McCarthy or Darnold late. Oh man, wait. Bumped you good. Run bumped me good. You mean in a bad way or a good way? I think that's a sign off like I'm done. He is smiling. I think it's a bad thing. Sorry to hear it, Nez. 10 max and 15-second clocks. That's fun. Appreciate you hanging out. Yes, there's so many bad beats. So that's one more bad beat for Nez today. Sorry to hear that. King of Kings gets Janu. Like that pick. So you got A Rich with, oh, I got your Kyler. You're probably hoping Kyler will come back to you, but you already had A Rich there with Michael Pittman. Got your cousin stack. You got Downs there on the indie stack. All right. What's up, Tyler? How's the hurricane recovery? Yeah, the tight ends went pretty. It's funny. Yeah, Noah Fant goes in the 13th round, so he goes well ahead of T.J. Hawkinson. That's tough. Tough to make that bet. They did pay him like they're expecting him to have a big year. They're going to use him, but I don't know. I prefer Hawkinson there. I've drafted a lot more Noah Fant than Hawkinson, but you can usually get Noah Fant pretty late. Bryce Young goes. That's all right. I got two good quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers, Kyler Murray. I can call it a night with those two. Javon Baker. He's like in a tier by himself pretty clearly because he's always there. Oh, I would have liked Demarcus Robinson here, but he went. Who are the Jets playing again? Why am I blanking on who the Jets are playing? I know who they're playing. I'm just blanking on it. I like Tyler Boyd. Probably need another running back here. I'll go CEH here, I think. Get that Chiefs RB2. I mean, my running backs are pretty good. I got the elite anchor there, hero RB with Christian McCaffrey. I got Zamir White a little bit past ADP. Got Gus Edwards right at ADP. Feeling pretty good. Yeah, this is a decent team. I'm liking this team. But I am totally blanking on who the Jets are playing in week 17. Oh, the Bills. Yes. Oh, that's right. Everybody responds. I had just checked to see if anybody had given me the answer. Apparently you are actually 10 seconds behind. Yeah, I knew that. I knew that. Yeah, I've been doing kind of a mix of 3 and 2 quarterback. I would guess I'm at like 2.7 on average. I think I do 3 QB more than 2 QB. It can be tough though. Like if you're trying to double stack, triple stack like I like to, and you want to bring back, like it's pretty tough to work that out. You can do it with wide receivers and tight ends. Sometimes it works out really nicely. I try to do it, but it gets tougher when you're trying to do three quarterbacks double stacked with the bring back. Suddenly it's like hopefully you're not reaching too much to make that work. If you can get it done without reaching, that's great. But depending on the teams you're drafting, that can be tough. I feel like at one point, Alex Baker had written something about how 2 quarterback builds in an 18-round draft was better than 3 quarterbacks, according to he had run some sims or something. But maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm misquoting him. I don't know if that's but that's what I remember. So for a while, I was like, all right, well he did some research suggesting that he's sharpest person in the space. But but that was also a few years ago, and maybe we've gotten an update, a little bit more data that has suggested otherwise. Leone also, right up there. One of the same kind of level, sharpest people in the space. And he's doing research suggesting I think that 3 quarterbacks is pretty damn good also. But both can work, obviously. Let's go. All right, we got our guy, makes it into the stream. I am not going to do any further intro. You know who he is. He kind of sucks. Nobody really likes him. What's going on, Fantasy Guru Drew?
What's up, guys? Thanks for having me.
No, thank you for joining the stream. I kid. That's a relationship that Drew and I have. We just shit talk each other constantly. But I'm excited to have Drew on the stream. Obviously, would not have invited him otherwise. How are the kids all asleep, Drew?
We're good. We for those of you that didn't catch my Twitter post, we were in Palm Springs last week during the 124-degree weather, which was insane. We got back late last night, and so we were all like kind of crazy, cranky, and everything. So I had to spend a little extra time getting the kids down tonight, but happy to be here and happy to grab a beer and draft with you guys.
Maybe you can answer the question. We were talking earlier about whether Justin plays on underdog at all. I didn't think so. I asked the question. I think he said like, "Oh, I might have an underdog." Like he may have signed up at one point, but I didn't think he would draft there.
I tried to get him to for playoffs last year because I love the playoff best ball product. I think that's so fun. I think actually tonight will be my first underdog draft of the year, and I've only done
right?
a dozen on DraftKings or so far. I'll max them both out. I'm just kind of slowly working my way in there. But the playoff best ball, like I love to get in there early and do them right away. We did a bunch of those on DraftKings last year. He has not done underdog
for NFL.
Yeah,
I will say for NBA, like the teams that were winning the playoff best ball, it was like you could not have gotten those teams at the time I was drafting, which was kind of a bummer to see. Like I was all excited about my team making it to the final, and then it was like, oh, I was dead. Like I was dead before it started.
I remember you posting that and hoping that you had a chance. Did you see this this viral post recently about the correct way to pour beer?
I have not seen this post.
So, everyone kind of pours beer like, on the side. You don't want too many bubbles, like that kind of thing, right?
Yep.
Supposedly, the correct way is to get as many bubbles as big of a head as possible so that those bubbles don't go into your stomach, essentially, so that you can drink more beer.
But then it takes so long for the beer to be drinkable.
Exactly.
I think maybe I have seen that. I've at least heard that theory before. I reject it. I reject that theory.
Fair.
I don't want to wait that whole time. I should just accept it because have you ever been to one of those places where you like pour your own beer from the wall?
No.
Oh, there's a place I go to, Trivia in Minneapolis has like they have a bunch of sprockets, what do you call them, on the wall, and you have to like pour your own beer, and I suck at it. Like I just like my pours are always awful, so maybe I should just embrace it and be like, yeah, I did that on purpose, obviously.
Is it like you buy a glass and it's all you can drink, or how's that work?
So you buy a card, like you give them a card, they give you a card that you put it into a little slot, you fill up your beer, and it tells you how much it's going to cost. So you can see like ahead of time how much it's going to cost per ounce for every beer, and they have like a wide variety of beers. It's really cool. It's a cool concept. All right. But it's difficult. I actually trying to remember, I poured a beer so poorly one time that it was like all head, and there was like an employee right there happened to be there, and he was like oh, we'll pour that one out. We've been having some issues with that, like kind of like made me feel better. Sure, like, and then he like poured it for me immediately, the same beer, and it was like perfect, like just like very the right amount head.
It was a you problem.
But he showed me it was like to do it right with those, you had to like tip it at like a 90-degree angle and actually touch the glass to the where it comes out.
Interesting.
And you pull it like real hard. You don't do any kind of like try to do it softly. You have to like put it on. And I actually got a lot better after I learned that. All right, Drew, before we get into the next draft, I'm gonna tell people, if you drafted with me here and you want Drew and I to look at your team, let us know. I will start by taking a look at the team I just drafted. Drew, you can give me a review of my team. I go at quarterback, Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers. At running back, Christian McCaffrey, Zamir White, Gus Edwards, Marshawn Lloyd, CEH, and Audric Estime. At wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk, Devonta Smith, Keenan Allen, Deontay Johnson, Jerry Jeudy, Jermaine Burton, Malachi Corley, Tyler Boyd. At tight end, Trey McBride and Brock Bowers. So we got the Kyler Murray with Trey McBride, just a single stack there. I should have just taken Zay Jones here at the end, probably. I don't have any bring back on that one from the Rams. And then I have Aaron Rodgers with this draft did not go near. I really like my first draft. Aaron Rodgers with just Malachi Corley, no bring back from the Bills on this one. So no week 17 stuff going on with my quarterbacks. The players I think are good. Like I think Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers looks good enough. What do you think of the team, Drew?
Yeah, I popped in towards one of the mid rounds, and I think you had realized that you were looking tough at quarterback and whatnot. This is my first one on underdog, and I've watched you and Derek and others do a couple. I'm excited to jump in. I think this team looks good. I think you got, I was talking with Aaron about Aaron Rodgers the other day. He was going early in drafts last year, and yeah, he's coming off a major injury, but the weapons are all still there. I mean, he could end up being a steal at this late in drafts. I like it.
Yeah. I also Drew was aware because you probably saw me and Justin. We've the past couple of days we've entered drafts and we haven't talked together. We've just texted back and forth about like, oh shit, this is happening, whatever. So you got to see our reviews just in text form. But I got on DraftKings finally get the combo of Garrett Wilson with Breece Hall. I was so excited about it, had not been able to get that, and then he got sniped on Aaron Rodgers, which was just brutal. I think he's a pretty good pick this year.
Yeah. I like it.
All right, let's see who. All right, so D. Lutomsky, King of Kims. We will look at your team's best ball model. Yeah, we're going to do one more BBM draft, and then maybe we'll switch things up if we decide to keep going. We'll see where we're at that point. King of Kings, or I'll start with D. Lutomsky. Said first, so we'll take a look at your team. All right, D. Lutomsky goes Matthew Stafford, Baker Mayfield, Russell Wilson at quarterback. At running back, he has James Conner, Trey Benson, interesting. Blake Corum, Rico Dowdle, Jalen Wright. At wide receiver, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp, Zay Flowers, George Pickens, Xavier Worthy, Jamison Williams, Dontavian Wicks, Jalen McMillan. At tight end, Dalton Kincaid and Tucker Kraft. Really interesting team here. So he's got Stafford with Blake Corum and Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. Does he have any Arizona? Oh, yeah, he's got both the running backs. He has both James Conner and Trey Benson from Arizona. Then he has Baker Mayfield with Jalen McMillan. And then Tampa is playing Carolina, I'm pretty sure. Nobody from Carolina. And then he's got Russell Wilson with George Pickens. He's got the Dalton. No, does he have Kansas City? He's got the Xavier Worthy bring back. So the interesting part, what do you think of James Conner with Trey Benson?
That's what stuck out to me as well. Justin has done it a couple times too. I'm just very anti two running backs, same team. I get, you're locking yourself into production of that backfield, but in BBM where you have to hit the nuts and like the ultimate nuts, it's just highly unlikely that the two of them are on the same team. With that being said, I like both of those players as a draft pick, and I like this team.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough. Like it's, I think I'm with you. I don't love that pairing with I'm sometimes willing to handcuff my running backs, but I don't think those two like can work out together. Maybe they can. Maybe it ends up being like a 60-40 in favor of James Conner, but I sort of feel like if it's a 60-40, it's unlikely they're both going to work out in the same week. I don't know. It could work out. Not something that I would want to do very often. I think I'd rather just, there are other running backs in that range that if I have James Conner, I'd rather make a bet on one of the other running backs in that range to hit your ultimate ceiling outcome. But other than that, I like the team quite a bit. I think very good at tight end, very good at receiver. I like the, I don't do a ton of the, oh man, he took Cooper Kupp at 15 is interesting. I hadn't noticed that he took Cooper Kupp so early. Maybe that's what you need to do now. He has been, used to be you could get those two just like at ADP. Cooper Kupp would come back to you. He has been rising, so maybe that's what you need to do at this point.
My buddy sees him every morning at a kid daycare drop off. Every single morning, he said he's looking healthy, walking good.
Wait, who is this?
My buddy, he lives right next to him, and he sees him every morning. Their kids go to the same school.
Next to Cooper Cup.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. You just know all these, like Drew's friends with Justin Steele. He just knows like people who know Cooper Cup. Just he's got the ins with all of the athletes. That's really what that's why Drew is good at DFS. He's not actually a smart guy. He just knows all the athletes. It's not fair.
Yeah, I get the insider info. I'm just kidding. I do not talk any sports with anybody. Don't want to be a front page, bad.
Listen to this. Yeah,
exactly. No thanks.
But yeah, I think that is a good team in general. King of Kings goes Anthony Richardson and Kirk Cousins at quarterback. At running back, he has Ramondre Stevenson, Brian Robinson, Devin Singletary, Ty Chandler, Ray Davis, Deontay Foreman. At wide receiver, Marvin Harrison, Drake London, Michael Pittman, T. Higgins, Jaden Reed, Josh Downs, Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Hyatt. At tight end, Evan Ingram and Jonnu Smith. So he's got Anthony Richardson with Michael Pittman and Josh Downs. Does he have any? He's got the Jalen Hyatt bring back along with Devin Singletary. And then he's got Kirk Cousins with Drake London. And then he has the Luke McCaffrey bring back and Brian Robinson. So he's got the full-on game stacks. I like this quarterback room. I feel like we got major upside in Anthony Richardson. Kind of pairing the running quarterback with the pocket passer, which I don't know if there's anything like any real reason to like that pairing, but it feels a little bit good to me when you compare the mega like rushing quarterback with the pocket passer. So I think that is a good pairing. I like the running backs. He ends up, takes the 2 week 14 right away, but then he spreads it out with other bye weeks. Wide receivers look good to me. Yeah, I think that's a strong one. Any other notes, Drew?
No.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Pig signal, but he is not in St. Louis. Drew lives in California.
I'm in LA.
All right. Anybody else? I don't think we saw anybody else who wanted us to take a look at their team. Oh, sorry, dude. The whole purpose of this stream is to get through 75 BBM. So we're not going to switch off to DraftKings here. Oh man, one pick away from getting Kyron in the third. I can confirm though that Pig Signal Blake, who asked where you live, is not a creep. I actually met him in person a couple weeks ago. We got drinks in Minneapolis. He's a good guy and a long time DFS pro. So I mean, I guess not a pro because he has a job, but
DFS.
All right. A long-time DFS, great DFS player.
But yeah, as far as I know, Cooper Cup is here full time now.
Oh right, the Rams are not in St. Louis. They're in Los Angeles. That's funny.
Yeah.
All right. I am going to, but maybe his family lives in St. Louis still. I don't know.
Maybe.
All right, let's enter a BBM. If anybody wants to join us, get in now. Oh, it's doing this thing again.
What happened?
It's telling me that it can't see my location, so I got to like refresh and rejoin.
Okay. Oh, that's good because I needed another second anyways.
Good. Yeah, it's doing it again. All right, give me a second here.
Yeah.
Hopefully people didn't already join and now they're like, what the hell? I don't know why it's doing this, guys. I've been having some issues with Underdog today, like on my phone when I've been making picks, it like won't show that I've made the pick. It's been a little bit some sort of issue. All right, it's going to let us in eventually. I know it.
Did they 1.5 to first? That's less than last year, right? 2 or 3 to first?
It was 3 last year. 2 years ago, 3 last year. They did away with the regular season prizes also. So last year it was $3 million to first plus a top 10,000 leaderboard where you could win up to $500,000 in just the regular season. Right. But they majorly flattened out the payout structure. So now it's like you win 6 figures if you get like 10th or I don't know the actual.
Yeah. Amazing. As it should be with a tournament like this.
Yeah, like if you make the finals, you should at least make your money back as a 150 maxer. That's what they did.
Oh, okay, good. So it wasn't like that. Wow, that'd be rough.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to reopen the whole. Do I need to just reopen the whole window? I don't know. Wait, Neil never beating the old allegations. What am I doing? Oh, join on my phone. They're saying. All right, let's see. I mean, that's not an old guy. That's just what are they? I don't get it. Um, it's just a hack that you've learned from having this issue before. Okay. All right, I'll enter on my phone. I'm entering on my phone right now, guys. Just FYI. 3 more to start on the phone. So now I'll go drafts active.
I think I'm in.
Do you just say you think you're in?
Mm-hmm.
Are you drafting against me?
Oh, should I not be?
No. We're going to draft a team together. Screw you then. I don't care.
All right,
draft
I'm
against
in.
you.
I thought we were going against each other.
Well, we are now. So I'm cool with that. I'm just not sharing my winnings with you then.
Hey, that's what we did last time, you know? It's more fun against each other.
For the pro tip pound. That is true. We did do it. We did do it last time.
And we're right next to each other.
All right. Yeah, I missed everybody telling me to join on my phone. I didn't realize that this is a common problem. I've never had this issue before. All right, that was good advice. Good advice from chat.
And now you can pull it up on your computer?
Yeah, now I'm on the computer.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, that's I mean it's true. It's true. I'm never beating the old guy allegations. I'm not even that old. I'm not even that old, Drew. I'll be 41 this month.
Yeah. All right. I like it.
However, I will soon be the oldest man to do 150 streamed BBMs. Hell yeah, the what gets the 12 hole. This is draft 3, Braden. This is number 3.
Is this the like 5-second clocks or no? We got 30
No,
seconds.
we got 30.
All right, good. They're not doing it for BBM, are they?
Mm-mm. Maybe next year. People like it so much.
I was going to say it seems to be popular. I mean, that's one of the bad things that, you know, I mean, you know, it takes an hour, it's fun, whatever, but for people who are doing so many, it's a lot.
Yeah, it does take quite a while. Well, soon it's just going to be you're going to have 1 second clocks, and everybody's just going to be using the sidekick, the draft caddy, the best ball overlay. I guess that doesn't make picks for you. Yeah.
I saw Fantasy Life came out with a drafting tool of some sort.
Oh, did they? I missed that.
Yeah, I think it's more season long kind of stuff, but
that's cool.
Yeah, I'm a fan of a lot of the people over there. They're good people.
Me too. They just got Thor, T-Bro's former coworker, good friend.
A lot of former FTM people too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like 4 of them.
I am not too old for 15 seconds, buddy. I've been doing lots of the 15-second drafts. All right, so you go AJ Brown to start. That's fun.
It's not my top pick, but
no,
that early seems a little tough for me.
Would you say he's about like your 9th pick?
AJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's perfect. You got him right at 9.
Yeah.
No falling values. All right. We'll make our picks and then continue the conversation.
Underdog just has a run of receivers, huh?
It is just a constant receiver avalanche, which is why it's shocking to see you guys drafting Derrick Henry in the 2nd.
Yeah. Which is so funny. I think I mentioned this last time we chatted, but I feel like it should be the opposite, right? Given that.
Agreed. I know. Yeah. All right. You get JT. Got Brees. What do I want to do here? I'm just going to go Olave. I like Olave.
Yeah. It was between the two of them for me. I feel like it was. I'll give him credit, even if he doesn't deserve credit. And I'm going to butcher his last name. Eric
Bimfor, probably.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like he was the one who really started the best ball mass wide receiver onslaught. I know zero RB has been a thing for a while, but I feel like in best ball he really popularized it. At least put it on the map for me.
I mean, he's definitely a big zero RB guy. That would not surprise me if he kind of popularized it. He's definitely been, pounding the table for zero
Yeah,
RB for a while.
yeah,
I feel like I've heard like Sean Siegel get credit for zero
mm,
RB more
for sure.
generally, but I think that goes back to like prior to
Yeah.
best ball. And I honestly, I don't know the origins of these things, but that's what I've heard. But yeah, I think definitely, I know for sure that Bine we've had conversations about it, about the zero RB thing. He's definitely super into it. Is this you? Is this you, Drew?
Me, sorry, I'm not looking at you yet or right now.
Are you in chat? Did you say
No,
how
no,
are we
no,
doing,
not me,
guys?
not
Oh,
me.
this is a different Drew in chat. Okay. Braden asks, would you guys ever use underdog ADP for season long as a baseline? Um, no, I don't think so. I have like it definitely informs my decisions when I'm drafting in other leagues. But I think you can use the knowledge that you use here, or it's tough to answer that question. Like if you are not like super into like the weeds with the player archetypes, like um I would not. I would use different ADP sources because I think best ball is just such a different game from season long that like all of the Packers receivers I think are better in best ball than they are in season long. For example, there are a lot of players that you can take pretty early in best ball that like they're going to have huge ceilings, but they're not going to be as good in like you're not going to be able to count on them week over week. So I don't think it's what I would use for season long.
With that being said, I think the premise is very sharp. I think, and we've talked about this before too. I think the pool of players at Underdog and Underdog as a site as a whole is one of the sharpest groups out
True.
there.
Yep.
And so this notion that the best source of truth is at Underdog, I think is very fair. We've played, Neil and I, we've talked about pick six a lot on DraftKings, and the lines are different because they're stagnant on pick six. I will reference underdog lines as the quote unquote best source of truth when picking what sides I'm liking on pick six, or I'll double check myself utilizing underdog, right?
Yep.
It's a good source of good information. As your total one-stop shop, no. As a baseline, as a let me check over here, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I feel like it has done me dirty at times, like having done too many best ball drafts before a draft with my home league. I have made some decisions that I very much regretted, and in retrospect, it was like I traded. The one that comes to mind is there was a season where Michael Gallup was going far ahead of Leonard Fournette a couple years ago in terms of underdog, and maybe this is not the best example, but like I traded Leonard Fournette straight up for Michael Gallup, thinking like, oh, this is a great
Yeah.
move for my team. He goes 40 picks earlier on underdog. And it's probably not the best example because it was just in every format, Leonard Fournette just dominated that year, whereas Michael Gallup was not very relevant. So I don't know that's not the best example for why it's, but they're like different player archetypes have more value, I think, in season long versus underdog. Versus best ball.
Agreed.
You want a little bit more consistency in season long.
Yeah.
I've never actually played FFPC. I should try that sometime. Drew is on the clock.
Yeah. I mean, I think I just got to do Jalen, right?
I do Jalen every time in that spot.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's wrong.
I was trying to analyze if there was any way that it could make it back to me, but he wouldn't.
No, absolutely not. Wasn't coming back to you. Yeah, I think that it's the right, like I maybe it would make sense to like every once in a while have an AJ Brown share without Jalen Hurts, but like that'll happen sometimes when somebody just like goes Devonta Smith, Jalen Hurts, that kind of thing. So I think that it's just the right choice to get Jalen Hurts there. Sometimes even take him the round before that. Like I think he's just that's such a strong stack.
mean, this team that I'm building right now might be the king of 1-yard touchdown rushes.
True. That is true. You got Jonathan Taylor, Kyron Williams, and Jalen Hurts. You need Debo Samuel in the 9th round there
Yes.
for that to
Yes.
as we. Oh, but that was outside of the
10-yard
10-yard line.
plus.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. We were looking at that stat earlier.
What's funny is I don't even think Jonathan Taylor was all that good from inside the 5-ish, let's call it. But Kyron was certainly. JT should be better than he was last year.
Although, is Anthony Richardson just going to take those carries now?
It's a good point.
If he's healthy.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe they want to keep him healthy.
Exactly. Maybe short distance. No Anthony Richardson. Keep him healthy.
Yeah.
You drinking anything tonight?
Oh yeah, I'm drinking some Maker's Mark here. My ice cube is fully melted.
Good.
What are you drinking?
Allagash White. We had some really good, as being in Los Angeles, we have really good Mexican food right around the corner. So had that and some good Mexican beers. So I didn't want to go back to bourbon after that.
Is that Belgian?
Yeah.
Allagash?
Yeah.
Nice. I'm pretty sure I've had it many years ago.
Yeah, that's good. Belgian.
I like Belgian style. I lived with some guys right after college. So my college roommates, 2 of them got a house together after we graduated from college in Boston. And I moved back in with them like 6 months after they moved in together. I moved back to Boston. All right, hang on, I'll make my pick.
Yeah.
What do I do here? All right, I'm going Worthy.
You like Worthy over Godwin?
I don't know. That's close. That's like Godwin feels so much safer to me.
Yeah.
So I moved back in with them and they had a bar. They had built a full bar and they had brewed a Belgian style beer, but neither of them liked it. It was like I think they didn't like it because it had too high alcohol content. Like it was like super sweet and super high in alcohol. And so I just ended up like drinking the entire keg that they had. Like it was like, oh, we've got a bar in our house. Like I ended up drinking the entire thing over the course of the summer.
As you should.
Pretty great.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a stat on Chris Godwin today. It was a tweet, and it ran off his past 3-4 years of production, and it was just incredible. So solid, to your point, so safe. Now 2nd year in this more consistent offense, if you will, and he's going as wide receiver or whatever this is, right? Pick 57. Yeah. Sign me up.
They say he's going to run more out of slot this year, which should just mean better production. Yep. Yeah, it's probably wrong to take Xavier Worthy ahead of Chris Godwin, but he's higher in whatever rankings I'm using right now.
That's the fun thing in BBM is like there's no wrong answers. I mean, you can go crazy off the board, but it's just such a huge tournament. If you're using some form of logic and some form of baseline knowledge, like we're all just throwing shit against the wall and hoping it sticks.
Oh, and the reason that I did that is because Mahomes is still on the board. I was kind of hoping that Mahomes would make it back to me, and he went off the board. Unstacked at the moment.
I was literally just going to ask, what's the Rashee Rice talk these days?
There's no new news, which we are interpreting as good news in general. I think people are interpreting it as good news. Yeah, so he's
good news as in no suspension. Sorry, go ahead.
But, no, potentially no suspension this year. Like the suspension might be pushed off a year. Man, do I go Hopkins or Odunze? It's like the exact same. I just chose Worthy over Godwin. Now am I going to choose? I'll take the guy who won me the $1 million. How about that?
Hopkins.
Yeah.
Yep.
You remember?
Oh, I remember it well.
Did Hopkins hurt you, or was it just the rest of the game that hurt you?
I think it was primarily Kyler. He had a couple late scrambles, and I think Hopkins may. Oh gosh, I can't remember now. Only one team passed me. We were in different
right?
Only one team passed me. brought me from 300 to 150. And I know he had Kyler. He probably had Hopkins as well. So yeah, probably a combo of the two of them.
Yeah. That was like with 1 minute left in the game. I remember it very, very fondly, very vividly.
Yeah, yeah.
For those who don't know, my best night ever was also Drew's very good night, but would have been better without some of the later shenanigans in DFS.
Such a crazy back and forth.
Yeah. Braden says, with a lot of drafters going wide receiver heavy in the first few rounds, obviously could lead to a lot of dupes. How important is it to get different?
Yeah.
I'm not that concerned about dupes. Like I think that there is some help in getting different just from a like you don't want to have your lineup to be too similar to others, but I don't think we've ever run into a situation where duped lineups won. Actually, maybe as I recall, the very first year, the year that I went to the Tournament of Champions, actually, the winner of the DraftKings Millie that year actually tied somebody else and had to win a play-in to get to the Tournament of Champions. I don't think it was the same actual lineup. I think that they had the same score, but not the same lineup, but I'm not 100% sure on that. But I think with 18 to 20 players on your team, I don't actually think duping is that likely to occur.
Yeah.
So I don't worry about duping specifically, but yeah, getting different, certainly not a bad thing.
Yeah. Fun fact about the night that you won your Millie, I was at a resort in California, the same resort that Jared Goff just got married at.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. A beautiful resort. If anybody's ever looking for like a south semi-central California resort, Ojai Valley Inn, incredible spot.
Was that just like a staycation for you? Because you live in
California. It was COVID, as you remember. It was October 2020, right? And we were looking, my wife's birthday, we were looking for something to do. We hadn't been out of the house in like 6 months, right? Or minimally.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had just reopened, and it's an amazing resort, and it was cheap because people weren't traveling. Now it's like $1,000 a night. Then I think we got like an amazing suite for, I don't know, like $350 or $400 or something.
Nice.
And it was great. We had a great time.
Hell yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. That's the spot.
All right. You don't have to twist my arm to get CJ Stroud at pick 80, already stacked up with Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Come on down.
Gosh, I don't know. Now I'm going a heavy running back team. But see, I don't mind it here on underdog. I just feel like receivers go a little too early.
All right, let me tell you why you're an idiot. Okay, so your receivers right now are AJ Brown and Chris Godwin. Those are your only receivers currently.
Yep.
You absolute dunce. So now you're, it's
what
you can make it work. You can make it work. But you will see, like, the more you draft, like, because you haven't drafted on underdog, you might find that, like, even though you like it right now, you might
just
not
have
like
to go
it
receivers
when you look at receivers. I sort of think you are actually kind of pigeonholed into it. But it's maybe you'll feel better about your receivers than I do when I don't draft receivers early, which is why I've gone more like, all right, I'm just going to go with the crowd here and take a lot of receivers early, because it can get so ugly later. And then you see the running backs that are available here too. Like, just like look at the running backs that are available right now. Like, to me, it's like, I want to draft these guys. These are running backs that I want on my team. Whereas the receivers here, I don't really feel like our receiver. I guess I kind of like Lockett. I don't hate Samuel. I guess there are a few left that I do kind of like.
Yeah.
But they dry up quick.
Well, yeah. And see, now we have a mini run here with Sutton and Samuel, and
Yep.
How many receivers do I have to start every week? Remind me, 3, right?
3 receivers and a flex.
Yeah.
That can be a running back, obviously.
Yeah.
And you've got 3, so.
Yeah.
So yeah, get one more. Maybe you're good.
Yeah. I'm not worried. I'm not stressed.
Oh, buddy. No, you're fine. You're fine. You can recover.
You're right, though. Looking at the remaining receivers, it is ugly quick. I do love Shaheed, but you know what? Let's live on the edge here.
Oh my God! Look at
Let's
this guy.
live a little.
Look at this idiot.
Let's be unique.
Let's go. All right.
0 RB? Nah. Full RB.
Very, very brave. Look at how much testosterone Drew has.
Come on. Come on.
Just
Live a
flowing.
little.
Just flowing with the testosterone.
Live a little, people. Don't just follow the crowd.
I'm following the crowd. But
I'm curious to see what your 75 team breakdown looks like.
Yeah. That'll be fun to look at.
Are you going to go into like multiple past drafts and look at teams and what your first team looked like versus your 75th team and whatnot?
Probably not.
It'll be fun.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe I'll find some way to do that. I think mostly I'll be looking at exposures. I don't know. I honestly haven't not given a lot of thought to what I'm going to do for the midway point analysis. That's not a bad idea though.
I feel like there's like a lot of good cheesy Twitter posts out there. I'm thinking of like Sal Vitri and people like that who do a lot of cheesy stuff. Like, I drafted 75 drafts before July 8th. Here's what my teams look like. And you'd like do a little thread on it or a little video on it.
Yeah, I could do something like that. Yeah. I know Pete Overzet did something like that recently.
There you
it's
go.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah. Be fun.
Bobby says, man, I was trying to get into this room so bad. I think he's calling us fish. I don't know if he's calling us fish, but maybe just you.
I'll take
maybe just you. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Braden says, off topic, but after winning your millies, how did it change your lives? Drew's never won a million. He's not really a big winner. He's just he just wins $100,000 like 8 times a year or something like that.
Yeah, no millie. Thanks for the reminder.
Have you you had a millie sweat?
I mean, I've taken screenshots of me in for a millie. Have I had a real sweat? Actually, that's not true. Last season, middle of the season, I'll look back. It was like week 8 or so. Another kind of crazy with Cardinals. Do you remember that play where Trey McBride scored on a touchdown on a ball on a play that should have been ruled dead at like the 5? He was totally stopped in his tracks. He went backwards, no whistle, and then he scored the touchdown. That knocked me out from something like 400K that week to poor me. There was like 150, like amazing, right? But a brutal thing. Yeah. And at that point, like 15 minutes before that, I was looking decent for a millie. So it wasn't. I would have needed a lot of help. I think I needed a Gus Edwards 20-yard touchdown break at the end of their game in order to get that. It wasn't impossible.
Yeah, that is
my biggest win is 200, couple 150s. Neil said a good chunk of hundreds. But 200 last year on my son's birthday, my oldest son's birthday. That was a very fun night.
I thought you won at least 2 or 250 on the night that I won my millie.
150.
150 then. Okay.
Yeah, went down from 3 to 150.
Okay. What do I do here? See, I prefer Zach Moss to Tony Pollard, but I'm such a bye week bro that I'm like, I can't do the 2 week 12 to start. I like Pollard. Whatever, that's fine.
Well, and I'm going to go running back, so
that is true. You're going to end up with 12 elite running backs.
It's unique, man.
Yeah. But to answer your question, for me, I mean, it changed my life in many, many ways, very, very incredible ways. Like the financial part of it for me was not the biggest part, but it's gives you so much more credibility in this space, honestly, more than it should. Like it's actually way more impressive to win, like Drew has won so many $100,000. That's way more impressive to me than winning a single millie, because that's like you get lucky once to win a millie. Now I've won the 100,000s too, so easy for me to say that. But to me, it's like Brian Hooper has never won a millie. I indisputably think he's a better DFS player than I am. There are so many better DFS players than I am who and people have won more money, like their actual like their winnings are higher than mine, who have never won the millie. And then there are people who have just like who have won multiple millies who I think are kind of idiots too. Like
Yeah.
there are people
Yeah.
out there who are just like have won multiple millies. They're not actually that good of DFS players.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it gives you credibility, allowed me to start doing content on DFS and now best ball as, you know, an extension of DFS. So it completely changed my life because it allowed me to, you know, completely change my career path. And having the money didn't hurt, allowed me to pay off I had $200,000 in student loans at the time from law school. I paid those off. So yeah, it did change my life in kind of a big way.
Hell yeah. And we're all better for it with you being able to do more content. So I think you're a great face and a great voice for the space. I mean, you're just fun to listen to, relatable, and you know, like I said, we're better off for you, Wayne the Millie, and happy to be here.
Appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
And you know, I guess you and I did know each other a little bit prior to the millie, but I feel like we've gotten to know each other better as a result of our having the same big night. So
agreed. I think the other thing to keep in mind on millie wins, I saw this mini argument on Twitter the other day, and it was talking about how the two of them were going back and forth about how sorry, go ahead with your pick.
No, you can go ahead.
How the style and the gameplay of DFS is they were talking about how it's so different than best ball, and the guy's argument was, why do you think, you know, you haven't seen any of the top DFS players win the best ball millie makers on Underdog or DraftKings? And the other guy was like, yeah, good point, it's a different game. I was like, no, there's been what, 4 years,
right.
3 years of best ball millie makers.
Yeah,
one per site, maybe two, right? Like that's only 6 tournaments, if you will.
Right. It's just a really small sample size.
Yeah, the sample size is insane. And you know, no offense to all the folks who have won best ball millie makers. I think we've gotten really lucky that a lot of the people who have are really sharp and great for the industry. But let's also be honest with ourselves. They have gotten very lucky from a variance perspective. And we're all, you know, we all have some form of odds where we could win $1 million. And it's just a matter of when we would win our $1 million, right? Mm-hmm. Some will win it very early in our quote unquote career. Some will win it very late. Some will win it in the middle, you name it. And obviously the best ball millie winners won it very, 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 very early of the best ball career. And they got lucky, but they're great players nonetheless.
Right. Yeah. I think that everybody who has won is a plus EV player. Like, I think they are like very, very great players, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're the best of the best. Like, would I guess that like Shady Advice, he got third. Like, does that mean that he was the third best player? Like, I don't think that's the case. I think that he is probably better than, I mean, I don't want to make any comment on,
sure.
But he's like, he's such a sharp guy. Like, I don't know. It's, but it does give you credibility to get the actual win.
Yep.
All right, let's see here. Dowdle? I don't know. I guess 80 Mitchell. I only have 1.4% 80 Mitchell, even though I don't have the back stack. I think I do. I think he's a good player. I think he landed in a fine spot. All right, let's see. Yeah, thank you guys. Compliments on the story. It was a great story. It was a fun night. Wait, who did you took? All right, we're going to take a look at your team. Let's get through our next picks, and then we will take a look at both of our teams after these picks, because then we have a little bit more time. What do you say?
I'm recovering well.
Oh no, yeah. We'll see. We'll be the judge of that.
Yeah, fair.
Bad choices, and some will call you fish. I mean, yeah, whatever. It's always going to be the case. Andrew asked, do you guys late swap? I don't have that part of the game figured out. Drew, a lot of your success has been in NBA DFS, so I'm going to assume that you late swap.
Sure, yeah. Saber makes it pretty easy to late swap. A lot of the lineup builders do. But here's a funny one. On that night, on the night that you won a milli, like I said, I was at the resort. Remind me why the Sunday night football game was part of the main slate.
It was COVID. It was.
It was just weird.
I don't remember the exact reason, but
Yeah.
it had something to do with it. It was just a weird season where it got like flexed.
So because of that, I was at the resort. My wife and I were doing dinner.
You're on the clock.
Grab this pick.
Rock party.
Yeah, because I got Kittle down there too.
Nice.
My wife and I were at dinner, and it was a little bit before the game. I knew I was in a good spot, and I had my flex available, and I had oh gosh, I feel like a fish for not remembering his name. Running back for the Seahawks back then.
Was it Marshawn Lynch?
No.
Oh,
after Marshawn,
the guy who was on the Eagles last year. Help us out, chat.
Yeah,
I don't know if it was him.
He was, anyways. It doesn't really matter. He was good. He was having a really good year.
Chris Carson, who Haim says is that?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
Thank you. And he was in my flex, and he is having a great year, and he was set up really well. But I actually looked at every single team that was above me, and there was a team above me who had one player to go, and it was a running back slot. And so I knew that there was obviously no way that I was going to catch him. I late swapped to Tyler Lockett, who then had 2 touchdowns that night and catapulted me into first before dropping
That's
to
right.
second.
Yep.
But with that being said, like that's an easy late swap that you should be able to add in your toolkit, right? In your arsenal of being able to, before the last game or before the last couple games, like take a look at what the majority of people have ahead of you. Is it a running back? Is it a wide receiver? If it's a flex, it's a little bit harder to figure out.
How much salary do they have left over? Like
exactly, you can count. So all of which was part of my calculation, which led me to a much better night.
I mean, you say it was an easy one, but that was like a really sharp late swap that most players wouldn't do. Like that is because that is why you are a professional DFS player or a very, very high level DFS player, because you make that kind of late swap, because you do that calculation. A lot of people would just be like, no, I like Tyler Lockett better than Chris Carson, or sorry, I like Chris Carson better than Tyler Lockett, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. It's because you are a very high level player that you thought to make that switch there.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, let's see here. Do I go Jaleel? I got Javonte, so probably not Jaleel. Could go Algier. All right, we're doing Algier. We did not look at our teams. I said we were going to look at our teams after that turn, and then I did not. Got too wrapped into the story.
We have good stories,
but I forgot about that story. That was. So for those who don't know, prior to the game, the Sunday night game that was happened to be on the slate, Drew and I thought that we were sweating the same contest.
Yeah.
So I thought like I'm attempting to win. I forget what it was, a higher stakes contest.
It was a Wildcat.
Wildcat. Yeah. I thought that the Wildcat, I had no idea that I had a lineup in the millie that had a real sweat, because it had 3 players in the millie and it was like buried. Like it was nowhere close to the top until halftime of that Sunday night game is when I figured it out. So we thought that we were sweating the same thing. And I was like, oh, son of a bitch. That was like, after you made that swap, I was like, son of a bitch. That was such a sharp swap.
I think Lockett scored 2 touchdowns in the first half.
Yeah.
And so you must have had Hopkins, Lockett, and Kyler, I assume.
Yep, exactly. Yep. But in the Wildcat, I did not have Lockett.
Right.
So I was like, oh fuck. Like I was like, so like I don't want Lockett to do anything. So I was the whole first half of that game, I'm like, oh my God, this sucks so much. I hate this. Tyler Lockett's going off. This is awful. And then it turned out that was what I needed to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go on record and say you guys are all crazy. I love my team. I think you guys go too hard on wide receivers.
And I'm going to
early
go on
on.
record and say that
Yeah.
you're wrong. Oh, Deshaun Watson went and Rashad Bateman went. Everybody that I wanted to take here
Oh, my bad.
flies off the board. Son of a bitch. Nah. We're good. We're good. We're going Mims. Oh, but he's got the same buy.
Mm.
We're going Mims anyway.
Yeah.
All right, now we will take a look at our teams, see
Yeah.
how Drew is recovering. We were specifically asked to look at Drew's team. So Drew had the high T going, all running backs early, and no wide receivers. Drew now has. Oh, I forgot it does that. I click on your team, and then as soon as somebody makes a pick, it'll show the next team.
No.
All right, so we'll go this way. Drew has at quarterback Jalen Hurts and Brock Purdy. At running back, Jonathan Taylor, Kyron Williams, Aaron Jones, Zamir White. At wide receiver, Drew has A.J. Brown. Didn't take another receiver until Chris Godwin. Then goes Khalil Shakir, Romeo Dobbs, Gabe Davis, Jahan Dotson, Rashad Bateman. So you got a lot of vets. You don't have a single rookie receiver on your team. You go with the dusty vet approach to make up for your lack of early receivers. You're counting on a bounce back season from Jahan Dotson, Rashad Bateman, Gabe Davis, Romeo Dobbs. I mean, it's you feel good about this team. You feel good, really.
Yeah, it's 1.5 million in the bank here.
It looks okay. It actually doesn't look that bad. I've seen worse wide receiver rooms.
Fair.
But on the other hand, you have my team, my wide receiver room of Chris Olave, Stephon Diggs, Amari Cooper, Xavier Worthy, DeAndre Hopkins, Adonai Mitchell, Marvin Mims. I mean, that's just beautiful. Yeah, honestly, yours didn't sound as bad as I thought it would. So
Yeah,
you may have a point.
you can go with some of the vets and hope for a couple recovery seasons from Gabe Davis and others and Dotson, and you're good.
All right, our Mercers goes Mike Evans. He goes Baker Mayfield and Will Levis. You're killing me.
Mm.
Oh, he has Calvin Ridley. So those actually both made sense for him. But I was counting on Will Levis making his way back to me because I have Tony Pollard and DeAndre Hopkins. So does not make his way back to me. I should have gone DeMarcus Robinson with that last pick. Then I would be able to take Matthew Stafford here. Such is life. Apparently, DeMarcus Robinson is still here. So I'm going to make the pick and pray. Oh, I have a late. I could go AOC late or Gardner Minshew. I have outs.
Yeah. Cade.
Drew's got Kittle and Cade. All right.
How many buy overlaps do you allow yourself?
I mean, it depends on the position, but ultimately, I just want. Generally, my goal is for every position to have at least like the number of players to fill that position plus one for each bye week. So, like at quarterback, at quarterback, I'll make an exception. But like I want to have at least offsetting buys if I'm only drafting two, so that I always have at least one quarterback available. At running back, so you need at least two running backs in your roster. I want to have at least three running backs available for each bye week, just to give yourself a little bit of optionality during those bye weeks is generally my goal. Wide receiver, same thing. Like if you need at least three, I want to have at least four. I prefer to have 5+ wide receivers with different buys, but that's generally kind of my thought process.
Yeah, that's right.
How about you? Do you think about it differently?
No, I was just looking at my receivers right now. I have 2 on bye week 12, 2 on bye week 14 out of my 7 receivers. It's fine, right? I don't obviously want any more in bye week 12 and 14.
Yeah. Yep. That makes sense. Planet Helmers. or plain Thelmers. Oh no, he took Stafford, son of a bitch. I shouldn't have said his name. I said his name, and then he was like, you know what? Fuck you, guy. I'm taking Stafford. He has nobody on the team. No reason to take Stafford there. All right, I'm just going to take Rodgers. Screw it. I need another quarterback. I'm not going to be able to get a quarterback that I actually want with an offsetting buy, and I get Stafford at 185. We'll try and make it work later.
Yeah.
I've only got 2 picks left. I only have 1 tight end. It's not my favorite team.
Was it McBride?
My tight end is Brock Bowers, so I could take a late.
You had McBride last draft, yeah.
Yep. Just couldn't let me have Stafford. It's already got Trevor Lawrence and Anthony Richardson. No correlation.
That's rough.
I get it though.
That's
you kind of want one more. It scares you drafting Anthony Richardson. It's like he got hurt so many times last year. All right, let's see. What is chat saying?
That you're a fish.
Yeah, I did. I saw that. I'm a fish. Who says this same thing happened to me. I was at like 50th overall with Carson to go, and he went out for the game first play, assuming it's the same play. Was it? Did you say that Carson went out the first play of that game?
He actually did get injured that game, I think.
That's funny.
Yeah. Of course, I don't remember because I didn't play him, but yeah, I think he did get injured.
Braden says mass entry is advantageous, but do you guys ever toss in single bullets in a contest on DraftKings or always mass when able? For years I played like far fewer than the mass. I think you'll get different opinions on whether you always need to be maxing everything. But I've never felt that I need to max out any contest, whether it's a 150 max, even a 20 max. I'm willing to just throw in a single bullet. Do you play differently, Drew?
I tend to max out everything that I decide to play. Justin and I like playing golf DFS, and that's like something that we'll late night chat about. I'm not very good at golf DFS. I know you're not very good at golf DFS. I just like to mess around and play with it. What I'll typically do is I'll pick like my dozen or so single entries that I want to do. I'll spend time on those. And that same dozen, I will throw it in the big, like, $25 or whatever it is, and just limit myself at that. Just nice. Just in the, you never know kind of thing. And I know it's not necessarily the most DV way to do it, but it makes sense for what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have 2 very different builds, as Pat says.
Yeah.
Andrew asks, what best ball strategy do you guys go with the most? Example, 0 RB, hero RB. I would say probably 0 RB. Or I don't know all the distinctions between like hero RB, anchor RB. I'll often take one in like the 4th, 5th round, like take an early-ish running back. Like I think actual 0 RB means like no running back until like the 7th round or something like that. And I don't always do that. But I rarely take more than one running back through like 7 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Drew will call me a fish for that.
Yeah. Go heavy RB. I think that's the way to do it.
We'll see. We'll see who makes it out of the pod.
I'm excited.
Do I take one of these Jets receivers? Like, is this where I get my share of Xavier Gibson?
Yeah.
Or Alan Lazard?
Oh, yeah. Gosh, I forgot he existed.
Yeah. Or do I just take an unstacked Aaron Rodgers and say, screw it, and go AOC?
I'm struggling here.
Yeah. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is just such a mobile quarterback. He doesn't really need to be stacked anyway.
No, you're golden. He's going for 100 and a touchdown every single week.
Yeah, for sure. Tony says I got to go Gibson. All right, I'll take your advice and go Xavier. Wait, did he go? No. I'll take Gibson over O'Connell. I'm pretty sure Tony is an O'Connell guy though. So is he just like, I want to lower the ownership of O'Connell in these contests? Oh, he's saying he's better than Lazard. Screw it. I'll go Gibson. I'll get my share of Gibson here.
I mean, probably better than Lazard. Doesn't have the best buddy with Rodgers, but he's better.
Yeah. Take Parkinson later and screw the guy that took Stafford. I guess that I'm guessing the guy that took Stafford is just going to go unstacked.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, he already went. He already went. It was Planet or Plain Thelmers, however you wanted to. He has no stack there. Oh no, wait. It switched to my team. I was so confused. Yeah, no, it switched to my team. I forgot that it does that. Drew, how are you doing? Are you
good?
Would you want to do another like 15-second clock draft, or are you like, I want to go to bed?
No, we could do another draft. What time is it? Yeah. Whatever you guys want. Whatever you want.
It's super early.
I think Justin's in flight. That would have been fun if we could.
Is he still in flight?
I think so. I think he's going to like Baltimore.
Yep, he's going to Baltimore. I enjoyed that conversation earlier where it was like, what do you mean he's going to play the Orioles? Where were you there for that, Drew? I was like, come on, if you're in my streams, you got to know that Justin Steele, Cubs All-Star, sometimes drafts with us.
Yes. I caught I think the tail end of that.
I gotta say, so Justin was not named to the All-Star team this year, and his numbers were pretty damn close to Shoda's. And I you got to think if he had just had a couple more starts, like he would have been the very clear All-Star,
or had a couple more of the on paper wins, right? You know,
that's a good point. Yeah, which is such a stupid stat, but
it's so dumb.
Yeah,
but in fairness, like, can you really give an All-Star? Or can you give an All-Star nod to a person who has one win? I mean, I think you should. I think you should just look at the stats, but I'm sure that played into it.
Yeah. It also, like, Shoda has really good stats too. So it was like, if there had been a little bit more of a gap there between the stats, but it's like Justin has a 2.95 ERA as is. And in my opinion, it should be like 2.3 if things had gone somewhat differently. So it's,
my goodness,
definitely deserves, I think, to be a two-time All-Star now, but
I mean, there's been what, a dozen or so earned runs against Justin that shouldn't really be on him.
Yeah. Pat says Steele seems very chill. Yeah, he does. He does seem very chill. All right. If any of you want us to take a look at your teams, let us know now. We'll take a look at our teams to start, because we have two different teams. We'll start with my team, the good one. So I go CJ Stroud. Actually, I was not very happy with the way things went for my team, but I have CJ Stroud, Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, running back Breece Hall. Oh, I didn't even notice. I have the Breece Hall Aaron Rodgers stack. I totally forgot that I had Breece Hall on this team. So I have Breece Hall, Tony Pollard, Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle, Tyler Algier at wide receiver. I have Chris Olave, Stephon Diggs, Amari Cooper, Xavier Worthy, DeAndre Hopkins, A.D. Mitchell, Marvin Mims, Demarcus Robinson, Xavier Gibson, and at tight end, Brock Bowers and Mike Gesicki. So I've got CJ Stroud paired up with Stephon Diggs, just a single stack there. No bring back. Some asshole snipe me on Rashad Bateman. And then I have Aaron Rodgers with Breece Hall and Xavier Gibson. I don't have anybody from Buffalo. All my stacks fell apart. I kept on making plans. My plans kept on falling apart. So I end up with very, very little correlation on the team. But outside of the correlation, I think that my actual player buckets for each position are fine. And any notes, Drew?
No, I think it's a good team. I mean, other than the joke that you went with too many receivers early on, I think
it is a 2-5-9-2. I went early and often with the receivers,
Yeah.
but I was kind of forced into it. Like I wanted to get my correlations there. Yeah, it's
Here's
not my favorite team. I'll be honest.
here's the thing that I like that you were, to your point, like you were making plans and they were falling through. I mean, in my mind, you take those risks, right? You get to do 150 of
Yeah.
these, you know, and I get not everyone can do 150 of them, and so they can't really take those risks a lot of the time. But you should go at it with the mindset of, let me take that risk. Let me hope he comes back because I'm going to be set up amazingly, versus a reach just to lock in your guy and then your overall team takes a hit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Go for the risk in my mind.
Yep. So we took some risks. They didn't necessarily work out in this one, but over the long portfolio, hopefully some of them will work out. All right, we will take a look at your team now. So Drew goes Jalen Hurts, Brock Purdy at quarterback. At running back, he has Jonathan Taylor, Kyron Williams, Aaron Jones, Zamir White, Eli Mitchell, Keaton Mitchell. Wide receiver, A.J. Brown, Chris Godwin, Khalil Shakir, Romeo Dobbs, Gabe Davis, Jahan Dotson, Rashad Bateman, Zay Jones, and at tight end, George Kittle, Cade Otton. Drew, do you know that rookies are available in this contest? You could have drafted some rookies.
Really?
Not a single rookie on the team. Drew has Jalen Hurts with AJ Brown, just a single stack there, right? And any Dallas, no Dallas bringbacks, and then he has Brock Purdy with Eli Mitchell and just Eli. Oh, and Kittle, and then any Detroit. No Detroit, so no bringbacks on the team, but he has stacks with both of his quarterbacks. Quarterbacks, I think, very strong. Obviously, Hurts and Purdy. Ooh, Purdy well past ADP. That's got to feel good. Purdy at 136. Running backs, obviously, very strong early and often. The wide receiver room. So this was, we were joking about it, but Drew didn't take his third receiver until 105. That is a no. But did he pull it off? AJ Brown, Chris Godwin, Khalil Shakir, Romeo Dobbs, Gabe Davis, Jahan Dotson, Rashad Bateman, Zay Jones. Let us know what you think. Tell us, chat. Is that good enough? Comment if you're watching later. Comment on Drew's team. I say that because it helps the algo if you comment on my streams. But I'd love to know what you think of Drew's wide receiver room. Could it work? Is it good enough? Drew, how do you feel about your team now?
You know, like I said, I actually really like it. And I do think maybe the group think has overcorrected too much and too many receivers, especially on underdog where it's not full point PPR. And running backs are a little discounted, and so I like going for it. My one question was last pick, round 18. Would you have gone tight end? I'm not. You know, Kittle has injury concerns. Cade Otton can put up 0 in a certain week. Not that I'm going to get an amazing tight end, but in round 18, but it was either him or Mitchell. What would you have done?
Probably tight end, only because you had such strong running backs already. Like I think that this is a fine tight end room. But Kittle is like, even without injury, he has a low floor. Like he's very much a, like, you know, has a bunch of like 3 to 8 point weeks, and then he has like 3 times per year he's going to put up 25 fantasy points and just be a god for your team. Whereas Cade Otton, it's like Cade Otton's sort of similar, even though he runs all the routes. He just like he'll go weeks without doing anything, and then he had a couple of spike weeks last year, like in the playoffs, as I recall. So I think I probably would have gone tight end, just looking at your running back room. Like I think you're pretty damn strong with Jonathan Taylor, Kyron Williams, Aaron Jones, Zamir White.
The double bye week for Aaron Jones and Zamir White, I think it was, scared me.
Kyron, yeah.
Thank you, Kyron. And that scared me, and I felt like I needed to grab another running back. I don't know if that's true or not, but
I mean, based on my principle of like trying to have at least one extra available, you didn't need another one. But that's I just made up that principle, to be clear. That's not like a Mike Leone has said in his research. That's just generally what I shoot for. I would have slightly leaned toward the tight end there, but I think that it's fine to go another running back there. Yeah, I honestly, it ended up looking better than I thought it would when you did not have another receiver through like 8 or 9 rounds. It ended up making. All right. Tony's. Wait, do we have anybody before Tony? Just want to double check. Tony said, "Yep, check out my team." And the what? We'll take a look at your team also. We'll start with Tony's. Tony. Tony ends up with Caleb Williams, Jared Goff, and Drake May at quarterback. At running back, he has Devin Achane, Derrick Henry, Jonathan Brooks, Raheem Mostert, Trey Sermon. At wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Christian Kirk, Keenan Allen, Romo Dunze, Jamison Williams, Ricky Pearsall, Troy Franklin. At tight end, Hunter Henry, Isaiah Likely, Jawan Johnson. So he's got the Caleb Williams, Keenan Allen, Romo Dunze stack. Does he have any Seattle? Nope, no Seattle. So no bringbacks, but he's got Jared Goff with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams.
Nice.
Any San Francisco? No week 17 bringback. Then he's got Drake May with. Now I'm going to have to remember who they played in week 7. Who they play? I think it's the Chargers in week 17.
Let me check.
He has Hunter Henry.
Yeah,
and
Chargers.
No so no bringbacks, but he does have 3 quarterback stacks, which I like to see. They all have offsetting buys, which helps a lot. Makes it a lot easier to just have different buys throughout your lineup. Yeah, I think this is a.
And he's got Pearsall as the bringback again on the line stack. That's nice.
Oh, he does. Yeah, that's right. I missed that. No, I think that is a pretty strong
line
team
stack
there.
Is really nice. I posted this a couple weeks ago, which I think people liked. It was the number of game totals. I looked at every over under of every team on the season to help me prep for my few best balls as of now. And it was the number of over unders projections as of now throughout their season that each team has, and Lions have 12. And the second place team has 7.
Say over under, what's the number?
48.
Oh, interesting. How much do you care about the game total versus just like their implied team total?
Yeah, sure. Certainly the implied team total, but a higher game total allowing for a little bit more shootout potential or whatnot.
True.
If it was easier to look at it that way for whatever reason, that was the benchmark that I had chosen.
Yeah.
But I just think it's crazy, right? Lions there with 12, Miami second place with 7, Buffalo with 6, and Rams with 5. I mean, that's just a big spread. And anytime I think that you can get a line stack with a week 17 bring back, I think you should be happy.
Yeah, that's very nice. Tony says, I've been trying to draft more Goff. The Lions seem like they. Tony, I didn't know that you take any quarterbacks prior to round 16. Tony usually is doing like 3 very late round quarterbacks.
I like that. I like that. That'll be my plan a lot moving forward.
Doing late round quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Miami, Detroit, go Burr. I mean, certainly that's a good bet. Miami, Detroit, go Burr. And then we had the what. Let's see what you did in the. I think it was a 12 hole, right? The what goes Joe Burrow, Kirk Cousins, and Daniel Jones at quarterback. At running back, he has Joe Mixon, Tyjae Spears, Chase Brown, Austin Eckler, Jalen Wright. At wide receiver, Drake London, Nico Collins, T. Higgins, George Pickens, Cortland Sutton, Josh Downs, Roman Wilson, Darius Slayton. At tight end, Kyle Pitts and Chig Okonkwo. So he's got Joe Burrow with Chase Brown and T. Higgins. He's got Kirk Cousins with Drake London and Kyle Pitts. I haven't even looked at the bringbacks. So he's got, does he have any bringbacks for Joe Burrow? He has Cortland Sutton bringback from Denver. And then he has Kirk Cousins. Does he have any Washington? He's got Austin Eckler as a bringback on that one. So that's looking really nice. He's got 2 quarterbacks stacked up with the bringback. And then he's got Daniel Jones with Darius Slayton. He has the bringback of Josh Downs. Yeah, this looks like a great team. He does all of the stacking, the bringbacks. He has 2 quarterbacks with the same bye week, but I think he got away with it by he still only has 2 week 12 bye weeks in the wide receivers. He takes Kyle Pitts as a tight end. So I think he pulled it off with despite having 2 quarterbacks with the same bye week. I think it's a really nice looking team.
Yeah, it's very nice. Very solid.
All right. I think that we Looked at everybody who wanted us to take a look at their teams. So tell me, Drew, are you going to draft against me? Are we going to do a 15-second clock? Are you going to draft with me? What do you think?
I will. Let's do a 15-second. I will either draft against you or with you, whatever you prefer. You like with you?
No, draft against me. But give me a minute. I'm going to go take a piss and then I'll come back. Actually, I'm going to take a piss and grab some ice. Can you vamp for 3 minutes?
I'll do my best.
All right, let me see if I have any subject I want you. Do you have a subject you want to vamp on, or should I come up with one?
Come up with one, or I'll come up with it.
I want you to speculate on what happened. How did I meet Shaq for 25 seconds? Think about it. Tell me. Steven asking, are we going to do another one? We're going to do a Pitbull 15-second clock in about 5 minutes. I'm going to go take a piss and then we're going to do it. So think about it, Drew. Tell me the story of how I met Shaq, or if you want to, you can just talk about whatever you want to.
No, I like it. It's going to be tough to fill in the time like that. Let's group think this. Can you guys give me a location name? Any location that you think, and the first one that I see will make up this story together. Maybe everyone's taking a piss too. That might be the problem. I kind of need to too. He left me hanging here. All right, let's go with Vegas as the location. Meeting Shaq in Vegas. Neil was not anything like, oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Larry, Tony, good team. YMCA pickup game. I like that. All right. So Neil was in Vegas visiting family, not gambling or anything like that. His cousin had a YMCA, invited him to the YMCA to play in his game. And Shaq was there doing an event, a charity event of some sort. Seems good. I like it. Yeah. Sounds reasonable enough. Yeah. It's going to be a good story, right? So why not? All right. What are we doing here? The Pitbull 15-second. See the Mastiff. The Pitbull. Here we go. So they only, gotcha. Okay. So they only allow 15 seconds per pick on a couple tournaments. The Pitbull and a few others, I assume. That's fun. During the Summer League hype in Vegas, WNBA championship. Shaq was already in town, decided to help the kids. Yeah, exactly. I like it. "15 seconds is new." Yeah, I saw that. I saw when they posted that. And they've only unlocked it for a couple tournaments, huh? Seems fun. How long does the full one take? About half, I assume, of what we just did. Oh, did they cancel the 10 seconds as well? Or cancel them or stop them? They fill up already? Cooper or Pickens for this season? I'm a big Pickens fan, but if Cooper's healthy, I think you gotta go Cooper. Or Amari Cooper, maybe we're going with. I think Amari Cooper as well.
You're just answering questions. Did you tell your story of how I met Shaq?
Yeah. This one's easy. You were in Vegas visiting family, and your cousin was going to go play basketball at the Y, so you went, and Shaq was volunteering for a charity event there, so you guys connected briefly.
That is a good guess and very, very far from what actually happened. Now I'm looking up the bar where I actually met him. Wait, is it? No, it's Kieran's pub. All right, so I will tell the story real quick. Before we enter, I thought about telling the story the night of. I actually recorded a video telling the story because I was like, this was so bizarre. I almost posted to Twitter, and then I was like, you know what? I don't want to be that guy. Like, I don't want this story to go viral. I'm 40 years old. I feel like I'm too old to tell this story and go viral with the story, because it felt like a story that was going to go viral if I posted it, because it
Okay.
was so weird. So it was after the Timberwolves against the Mavericks. Game 1 against the Mavericks is in Minnesota, and the whole like TNT crew comes out to Minnesota, and after, so the Timberwolves lose, I go out to Kieran's bar. It's right across the street from the Target Center. After the game, I go out to Kieran's pub across the street, and with a few of my buddies, everybody leaves except for me and one buddy. And while we're just sitting there having drinks at this pub, suddenly Shaq comes in, and this is like maybe an hour and a half after the game had ended. I see Shaq, and like, he's unmistakable. You see Shaq, it's like, oh my God, like,
I've
look at
seen him
that
in
huge
person,
man
yeah.
comes in to like the far end of the bar. You see him come in, and he walks in, like the entire bar turns around, everybody's taking pictures of him. He walks back to they have like a back room, and you see like there's a group of like attractive women, like a table of like 3 attractive women near us, and it's actually pretty empty at this point. But you see like the most attractive of the group immediately goes to try to get to that back room where Shaq is, and she gets rejected. Like she like gets turned away to go back to that back room. That's just an aside. But so we're there. My friend is like, man, that's crazy. Shaq just came here, whatever. I got to go catch the bus. And I was like, I got to get a lift also. So he leaves. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to get a lift. But before I go, I got to take a piss. But I'm carrying all the stuff. Like, they give you stuff when you go to the game. So I'm carrying all the stuff. I go to the bathroom there. It's completely empty. They have just 2 stalls there. They have the handicap stall and one other stall. So I go into the non-handicap stall. And I sit down because I'm holding all this stuff. So I'm like, I can't really piss. So I it's standing up. So I sit down, holding all this stuff, take a piss, sitting down, and I'm sitting down. I'm also texting my friends who had just left, but like, dude, Shaq just walked into Kieran's. Like, that was insane. He just came into our regular bar. Shaq walked in. That was insane. As I'm texting my friend that he had just missed Shaq, I hear a bang, bang, bang on my stall. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I don't know what is going on. And I don't respond at all because I was so confused about like, that sounded so close to me. Who's banging on my stall?
Yeah.
So I don't say anything. And about 5 seconds later, I hear, you shitting in there? With this deep, unmistakable voice, you shitting in there? And I was like, that is Shaq. Like, I was like, immediately, like, I know that this is Shaq. And I was like, I'm actually not. Like, I was just sitting down to piss. I'll be right out. Do you need it? Whatever. I'm like, I don't think there's anybody in the other stall, but I wasn't totally sure of that. So I was like, I'll get out. Like, I'm like immediately zipping up. I'm standing up, like getting out of there as quickly as possible.
It's all yours, Shaq.
And before, like, while I'm zipping, he goes, can we get a courtesy flush? And I was like, I respond, I'm like, I'm not shitting. I swear to God, I'm just taking a piss in here. Like, there's no smell. And he was just like giving me shit. And he doesn't know who I am. Like, all he sees is my shoes. So I'm standing up as quickly as possible. And when I stand up, he sticks his face in my face over a stall that's like up to here. Sticks his face over. He sees me stand up. Sticks his face over the stall and goes, bet you didn't expect to see me. I was like, what is happening right now? And I'm talking to him. I'm like, I knew you were here. I saw you. I was just texting my buddy. Like, I'm talking to him. He like is not listening to a word I'm saying. He backs out, repeating it over and over. Bet you didn't expect to see me. Bet you didn't expect to see me. It was the most bizarre experience of my life. And then there was, I think, just one other guy in the stall or in the bathroom at that point who was using one of the stalls next to him, who of course has to comment on, I saw his dick. It's huge. I was like, dude, like, don't check out a celebrity in the bathroom. But that is my meeting Shaq story, just in the bathroom at the bar. Very briefly, like, it was so like, what is happening in my life right now?
He was I think a little buzzed for sure.
Yeah. That's amazing. For sure.
Yeah.
All right.
I saw Shaq at a movie theater once, also an LA guy.
That's cool. Oh yeah, I suppose. Does he lives in LA now?
Yeah, we were in Calabasas, which is, like where the Kardashians did all their show and whatnot, and I just came out of a movie, and Shaq was walking out too. I don't think we were in the same movie, but left at the same time.
So I told that friend I don't know if you know what Marco Polo is, but like in a video chat with some friends, my Timberwolves friends, and one of them, like, his wife responded like, I mean, weren't you mad? Like he like invaded your privacy,
Yeah.
and we were all like, "No, like what
Oh,
is
that's
Shaq?"
awesome.
No, 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 like that was so cool. Like I think he literally only did it because he's like in his mind, it's like, "Oh, this guy would be disappointed if he knew that Shaq was in here and missed him." Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
no,
He's being a comedian.
yeah. All right, we are going to enter a 15-second pit bull. Are you ready to do it, Drew?
Ready.
All right, let's do it. If I can actually get in. All right, we get in.
Nice. 2 left.
2 left.
All right. While we wait, I'll take a quick piss too.
All right.
Well, if I miss a spot, so be it.
Yeah. He'll get auto drafted a running back. He won't really care. Oh man, he gets the 101. I hope he took his phone with him. Steven makes it in here in the 2 hole. I don't know if I know anybody else in here. Anybody else in chat drafting with us? Let us know. You have to let us know by law. All right, the what is out. Thank you, sir. Oh, Drew is in the 107. Other Drew in the 107. BP in the 3. All right, let's see. BP is Billy P. That makes sense. And Drew MJ. So you just have your names. That's very easy. Yeah, sorry, Jeremy.
Oh, am I up?
You are up with the 101.
Oh, well, that's easy. Do you ever go anywhere else other than CMC?
I have only in like the cheaper contests I've gone CD occasionally. Those are the only 2 I've drafted, but occasionally I have drafted CD. Steven goes with Bijan at the 2 hole.
Sorry.
All right.
I'm rolling around.
No worries. No worries. Yeah, I have in some of the other contests, I have gone CD at the 101.
Yeah.
Because I honestly, I felt like I had been getting so much of the 101. I was like, I don't want to do it. And now I actually don't have that much of Christian McCaffrey. So apparently I was wrong. Or maybe it evened out. I don't know. But only a few times I've gone CD instead of Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah. What's your slot?
I'm in the 11 hole.
Oh, okay. Wow. We got almost the bookends then.
Jeremy, yes, I have 2 left in this contest, I believe. This is my second to last in the pit bull.
What's the max in this one?
10.
Did they get rid of 10-second clocks then?
They don't have it for this contest yet. The 10-second clock filled up really early, that contest.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So my guess is that they're going to run it out again because it filled so quickly. Like, why would they not? But
yeah, of course.
Who knows? I just got a notification from DraftKings saying auto draft. You 2 picks in a row didn't make your pick, so now I'm on auto draft, and I don't think I got a notification. That's the thing. I feel like I missed that on DraftKings. It's probably my fault. I probably just didn't see it or ignored it. I enter like 1 draft on DraftKings at a time, and I'm in like 50 on underdog, so I just like forget about it.
Yeah. Oh, was it a slow draft?
Yeah.
Okay.
The what already maxed this one? Nice. Yeah, I'm close.
It seemed like a good one. I was looking at the structure and payouts and whatnot. It's fun.
And this will probably take 20 to 25 minutes, this draft. Jeremy says that we should do 2, and then I'll be maxed out. We'll see how Drew's feeling after this one.
I'm beat, but it's not nearly as late as it is for you.
True. But it's not a bad idea. I could do one. I could just do this one, do 1 more. That's like get it all done. Then I'm done with. I'm halfway through BBM. I'm done with my pit bulls.
Yeah.
And I do have a very full glass of bourbon that I probably don't need, if I'm being honest. But like I don't feel drunk. Just like I know that I've already had a full glass of bourbon. I guess it was just 1 though over the course of like 2.5 hours. Like that's all I've had.
Live a little.
Yeah.
Have you gotten the Debo CMC? That seems like that would be fun.
I think I have, but I don't know for sure if I have. Is it? No, he goes at 22. Yeah, pretty sure I've done that one. Man, look at all the testosterone on Drew. He goes McCaffrey and Devin Achane going 2 running backs out of his first 3 picks again.
Yeah.
All right.
I just don't understand why I wouldn't.
Because you're going to box out at wide receiver.
Yeah.
I get the Puka Marvin Harrison week 17
That's
stats right
fine.
away. Yeah.
I guess an interesting reach at 24-25 could have been the Rams there.
True.
I'm sure
Couple
that
Aaron.
happens occasionally.
Honestly, I don't think I've seen it that much.
Hmm.
But yeah, that could have been interesting.
Who are Rams playing 17?
Arizona. So that's the stack that I have.
Yeah.
And Steven, following your lead, goes Bijan, Metcalf, Derrick Henry. 2 running backs and wide receiver early.
It's a sharp route. People have been saying it's sharp.
People have, one person has been saying.
Mm-hmm.
All right, do I go Zay Flowers here?
I'm excited for the season. This is about maybe another week or so is when I start my start getting serious about my research.
I've just started getting kind of serious about it, but I'm also doing content on it, so like I should have been getting serious. I mean, to say I get serious, like I watch so much content, like I am serious about it, but
yeah.
But like doing my own research, actually analyzing the stats myself,
been
getting more into recently. All right, I'm doing the double Arizona stack.
Ooh, I like it. It's fun.
Rams versus Arizona in a dome, Steven says. Yeah. It's the dream. It's the dream.
Yeah, there we go.
I really do. I drafted a lot of that stack.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
The difficult part is you can still get sniped on it. So even though I have both Harrison and McBride, I have gotten to the situation where it's like, I'm not going to take Kyler at 59 or 62. You would expect Kyler to come back to me at 83, but he doesn't always.
Yeah. You can arguably take him unstacked too. Not saying that's a sharp play, but you could.
Well, there are like several. I mean, you can take Zay late. You can take Michael Wilson late. You can take Greg Dortch late. So I get it. But I think typically people who are taking him unstacked there, like they're just not stacking him in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, training camp right around the corner. Drew, are you planning to do any of the other contests on Underdog outside of like typical best ball? Are you planning on doing like the Eliminator or weekly winners, anything like that?
It's not my plan as of now. Certainly could change, but yeah, like I said earlier, I think this is a fun way to do this. And where do you go? Here he is. All right, that's fun.
That is fun. We can get those two at the turn. That's I mean, it's pretty common. Like I think that anybody who does content is like slamming that. Like if that option is available, we're doing it every single time.
Yeah.
But it's still like it's just like you get elite at both onesies is feels pretty good.
It also means I don't have to take my second receiver until what?
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
So great.
So you are already breaking protocol once again.
Yeah.
The 4 receivers through 7 rounds. Drew just doesn't care.
No. To answer your question, no, I'm not. Underdog. Like I said earlier, I feel like it's such a sharp field, such a sharp community. I'm doing it for fun versus for profit, and so I should, probably minimize how much I do.
That makes sense.
DraftKings, I feel like you're getting average bunch of really good players. Some people just jumping in for fun, whatnot. Drafters does a ton of promos, so I think from an EV perspective, it's interesting. If no one's played over there yet, it's
True.
worth a look. Oh, I forgot we were doing 15 seconds.
Yeah, I should have looked at the bye weeks there for Harrison and Godwin because I like Godwin as a back-stacking option, but
Yeah.
I mean, I guess maybe I don't get Kyler, so maybe it'll work out anyway. Could take Cook here. Nah, not my style. We're going 0 RB again.
You know, why change?
Why change exactly? I'll let you be the RB guy.
Yeah. Houston, Baltimore. That's an interesting week 17.
They both have the same bye week, so it's a little bit tough. Like you can't go overboard on that stack.
Oh, interesting.
But it's also like all the players you want for the most part go early anyway, so it's kind of tough to do.
Sure.
Brayden says Drew hates wide receivers. I love it. Yeah.
I mean, I think I go heavier wide receivers on DraftKings for sure.
I mean, it's what the room gives you, right?
Yeah. Take what the room gives you. Like Deontay as an example. I prefer him on DraftKings, and I think he goes later on DraftKings than he does on underdog.
It's so funny. Every time I draft on DraftKings, I feel like I have so much edge. Like I'm like, oh my God, these people draft so wrong. And every year I have like a great advance rate on underdog and a like average to poor. Like last year, I think I was actually under the average on DraftKings, which shocked me. I was like, I feel like I'm drafting against like every draft I'm doing. There are 4 people who have no idea what they're doing. And yet I end up with a below average advance rate there.
Funny.
Oh, there you go. Two receivers here, Watson and Deontay Johnson.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it
a little bit. Still no rookies though.
Do you draft rookies on DraftKings?
Yeah. It's not like something I don't do. But other than the last, 2 years, rookie pass catchers have historically struggled a little bit. And so it's been stuck in my mind. And I know that's been kind of, discounted or proven not true with folks like Jamar Chase and Jalen Waddle and others. But with that being said, let's not act like every rookie is one of those 2 and other studs. And, there's a big learning curve from college to NFL. And, I think, maybe we get a little too rookie happy too.
That's fair. Yeah. I'm pretty into the rookies, but it depends on who you can get where, obviously.
There's more upside to rookies, right?
There's more upside. It's also like the archetype of like playing the ownership game. What I like about rookies is they're going to peak when I want them to. Like they typically get better throughout the year. So like the actual playoff rounds of best ball, that's when they're going to project well. So like it's nice to get like they're going to be like Marvin Harrison might be low on Marvin Harrison he might be low on coming in the playoffs. Like he might be an exception. Like I draft him in the second round here because I hope that he is an exception. He's just going to be great from the get-go, but more likely he's going to struggle to begin the year or just like, be worked into the offense. And by the end of the year, he's going to be, the guy that was drafted, third overall, whatever, not third overall, 4th overall. I forget where he went exactly. But
no, third.
Third? Yeah. Very early, whatever. He was drafted very early. He was drafted to be good. He's expected to be good his rookie year. But these rookies, they don't usually peak until later in the year. So you get them theoretically advancing at a lower rate than like if I had taken Drake London there, for example, or whatever, Chris Olave. Like you'd expect them to have a higher advance rate because they're good throughout the entire year. The rookies advance at a lower rate. And then by the end of the year, they are up to speed. They're great. They're crushing it. And now I have a low advance rate player crushing for me in weeks 15 or 16 or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and you can get the Kyler stack for relatively cheap, and that seems good.
I did get that one. It's a fun one. Got a full double stack with a bring back. Loving life right now.
Yeah, not bad at all. guess I don't have much time to think, do I?
You don't. You could take Jordan Love. You have Christian Watson. You have
That's who I
Kendrick
have
Lamar.
starred right now.
I kind of like Tyler Lockett, but I always like Tyler Lockett.
That's literally who I've starred as well. So those were my two backups. I think I prefer Shakir, but I went Shakir last one. So
really, you prefer Shakir over Lockett, like in a vacuum?
Yeah, I think I do. An age and production last year, Lockett looked like he was falling off a cliff and looked like Shakir was hitting his upswing. In hindsight, I probably should have taken Romeo Dobbs here with that stack of Watson and Jordan Love, but oh well.
Yeah, but you might be able to get Wicks coming back to you, or honestly, Dobbs might come back to you.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I feel like Dobbs been dropping a little bit based off of what I've seen.
Yeah.
Well, and you like Wicks better, right? I feel like there's been some buzz on him.
So I talked about that a little bit earlier in the stream, that like I have loved Wicks all offseason, and I'm sort of getting a little bit nervous where he's going now. Just because he like literally in the conference championship game, he had like 34% rep participation. So even though we look at it and it's like, man, his numbers were so great, it's like, but his coach still didn't really buy in. Even though he looked great all year, his coach was still not really playing him. So so I am a little bit nervous about it. Have I been fully Gretsch pilled? I'm taking Javonte Williams. Brian Robinson.
If you fell by any chance.
You wanted Javonte?
Yeah. Wasn't there a blurb today with his coaches stating that he's now seeming fully healthy, but it really took him like a good 2 years?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That has been the drum. Oh, did Caleb go already? Did not realize Caleb Williams already went. I could go both. I could go Brian Robinson too. I'm not going to, though. It's not my style. Maybe I'll go Singletary. I do like Gus. All right, we go. I forgot about the 15-second clock there. I was thinking about it, and I was like, oh, Singletary went. Okay, well, I'm glad I started him.
Oh, there goes Shakir. I got 3 queued up, 6 picks away. Give me 2 of them. I like how last year no one took Rams backup running back. Everyone just took what's his face?
Cam Akers.
Yes, Cam Akers, expecting him to just continue and whatnot. No one took Kyron until maybe a little bit late. And now we have Blake Corum going at 10, and I think it's fine for the opportunity, but it feels a little bit early considering last year. But last year was a mistake, obviously.
Yeah. Bobby, who called us a fish earlier, is now trying to fill a pit bull. So if anybody wants to jump in a pit bull with Bobby, trying to get that done now. I think we're going to do one more pit bull after this one, but we'll see how we're feeling. I am admittedly starting to fade, but might have one more in me. I still have being on stream. I feel like you get kind of like some false energy, like there's still like a little bit of like adrenaline or something. So maybe that'll carry me through.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm also in 11 and a half hours going on Davis Maddox stream. So I gotta I'm pretty finicky with if I'm going to be on a stream, I want to not eat or drink anything for at least an hour before I go on stream. So so if I'm going on a stream at noon, I want to be completely done eating or drinking anything by 11.
Yeah.
Which means that I got to get up, by 10 or so, which totally fine.
Poor guy.
I know, right? You got to feel a little bit bad for me.
No, you're a pro. You empty bladder, empty stomach. I like it.
I did. This is the first, I rarely take breaks during a stream. This one, I think I made it about 3 hours in before I took that piss and refill break.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's like my limit.
It's also very late.
True.
But I filled the time really well. Everyone was cracking up. Everybody was jumping in. It was great.
That's not what they told me.
Yeah, that's fair. I tried to get a community storytelling. So I asked for location. I asked for what the event was that you met Shaq at.
You were doing a give me a writing prompt kind of thing, like on Reddit.
What was that?
You were doing like a writing prompt, like Reddit does, like,
mhm.
this is your prompt. Tell me the story.
Exactly. I'm liking how this team's coming through.
Is it? Are you?
Yeah. A more quote unquote traditional build, if you will.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah.
So you got McCaffrey, HN, Chase Brown. We'll start at quarterback. So you have Lamar Jackson at quarterback. Love that. Love that for you. Running back, you have Christian McCaffrey, Devin Achane, Chase Brown. 3 different bye weeks. Love to see that. Wide receiver, you have Mike Evans, Christian Watson, Deontay Johnson, Tyler Lockett, Dontavian Wicks. I'm concerned about your bye weeks, right? You have Mike Evans and Deontay Johnson the same bye. You have Christian Watson, Tyler Lockett, and Dontavian Wicks all the same bye.
Yeah.
I'm not that concerned. You're going to draft enough that you're probably fine. And then at tight end, you have Mark Andrews. Love that. Yeah, that's looking like a nice team.
Yeah, I think the rest of the way, spread out the bye weeks and go from there.
Hell yeah. In a marathon slow, take Ray Davis, Bucky, Khalil, or Braylon Allen, or take another wide receiver like Robinson. Impossible for me to answer that question without seeing the team. Pay attention to your bye weeks. Make sure you have enough running backs to cover every bye. I try to have at least 3 running backs covering every bye week, but that's just a me thing. So yeah, take a look at what you need, but all of those look like good options to me. But it depends on your team. It says I have Kyron, Najee, Mostert, and Algier so far. So you have a week 6, week 9, week 6, and week 12. So I'd go Bucky. Go Bucky there, I'd say. Or Khalil. I like both of those guys. Do you have any strong preferences for late running backs, Drew?
No, sorry. I got sniped a couple times, so I was scrambling there at the end. But I think I recovered fine. Late running backs. Boy, let me take some peeks. Oh, Elijah Mitchell is probably going to be one of my higher late owned running backs or late drafted running backs because of the upside that it brings. Like what we saw with Kyron last year, you're going to need an injury, obviously. But if that injury happens, that is literally a league winner. And I think he's going too late for that upside.
So I've given you credit. I've been buying in on the Eli Mitchell thing because of you. I've given you credit because I think it was a sharp take that it's like, yeah, there's nobody else going at that pick that, like, if one thing happens, if the guy in front of him goes down, like, he is just an absolute smash. I think that is the case. So I think that's a very, very sharp take.
It's all the risk reward that we were talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and Keaton Mitchell, the Mitchells, right? The Mitchell brothers. I think his upside is immense as well.
I'm less in on Keaton Mitchell. I know Blake Sanders, his brother, was in chat earlier. Is in on him. Oh man, Skyler saw me star. He has Amari Cooper. Oh, I should have looked at it and should have taken Deshaun Watson.
Oh, funny.
All right, what do I have here? Oh shit, I don't have time. I keep on forgetting that we're on these short clocks. Baker, he has the same bye week, but I can throw on a late, whatever. Different bye. Yeah, that was, see, that right there was a judgment error on my part. All I had to do is look at the one guy in the turn. Does he have Amari Cooper or David Njoku? If yes, take Deshaun Watson. If no, take somebody else. And I did not look at it. So that's my bad.
No, see, fantasy football country, if I was heavy on Mitchell last year for that reason, I think that's the right play, right? And I think Jeremy said the exact same thing. I fell victim last year with Mitchell, right back down that road again. it's not necessarily going to happen. It's not guaranteed to happen, but if it does happen, it could be a league winner, tournament winner.
I took a lot of Rico Dowdle last year. All the
Yeah.
reports were this guy is the running back 2 on the Dallas Cowboys. I was like, that offense is going to be good. He
Yeah.
is going to be solid. Like if Tony Pollard ever goes down, Rico Dowdle's the guy. Didn't work out because Tony Pollard literally didn't miss a game. He did score a couple touchdowns, so it wasn't like a complete miss, but like could have been awesome if Tony Pollard missed time. Didn't work out. That doesn't mean it was wrong. Like sometimes it just doesn't work out the way you want it to.
Yeah, I think you take those stabs with the handcuff running backs with upside, especially when they're clear cut number 2s. I still think Eli Mitchell's there. He's done good work in the time that he's gotten. Oh shit! There we go. Phew.
I didn't even see what you did.
That was very close. And oh boy. All right. No, I hate it. All right.
I want to see what you did.
It's all right.
Okay, Corley. Okay.
I got Bateman though. That I definitely wanted. And then I was just going for a receiver that didn't have a 10, 11, or 14 week bye.
Yeah, I like that pick. I actually really like your last turn, by the way. I think that was the right calls there because you go Jalen Polk, just a rookie, high upside. You prove that you are aware of the rookies. I guess you've now taken 2 of your last 3 picks, Jalen Polk and Malachi Corley, and then you add Luke Musgrave onto your Packers stack. That was I like that turn for you.
Well, and what's funny was I wanted Musgrave for sure, but my other 2 were going to be Charbonnet or Quentin Johnston. And both of them went right before me. So the Polk was a late second ad, but I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eli Mitchell seems like he's been creeping up a little bit, huh?
I mean, he's still going. Like you can still get him pretty late, pretty frequently.
Yeah. I can't believe how much of a cliff Dameon Pierce fell off.
Eli Mitchell goes.
Yeah.
I'm going Will Levis here. Yeah, Damian. So apparently he was hurt a little bit. That was somebody on Twitter had asked me, like, are you super into Dameon Pierce like me? And I was like, I'm not drafting any Dameon Pierce. He was so bad last year. But it turns out that he was a little bit banged up. He's also, and I'm not going to be able to. This is where like the real like smart football guys could say this smartly, but like apparently he's really good in certain schemes and not others. And Houston just happened to run a lot of the wrong schemes for Dameon Pierce last year.
Remember hearing
the green is like
year.
maybe, yeah. Tom Strachan. So I did a show with Tom. Man, how many hours ago? We did a show at 6 Eastern, and it is now 1:30 a.m. The following day Eastern. I am still up. Tom went to bed after that show. He is already awake. Good to see you, Tom, in England.
Tom is a warrior.
I don't know what this means. Mr. Brack says, Fantasy Guru Drew, you sound like a man who has been to O'Farrell and Van Ness a few times. Do you know what that means?
I can't say I have, but it seemed like places I should look up. Van Ness, I think I've heard of. I'm guessing it's a bar, yeah?
I don't know. Good to see you, Mr. Patrick, though.
Oh, I'm almost up.
Yes, you are.
Let's go with our guy. And let's go with Tracy. Was it Debro that was saying he was a fan of Tracy? Or did I make that up?
I don't recall Debro saying that, but he may have. He has a lot of player takes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Some hot takes,
Some
whether he
hot
likes to
takes.
admit it or not.
Yeah. He'll admit it. He'll admit it.
I wonder what board game he was playing tonight.
Probably Monopoly.
Really? Is that something he does?
No, I have no idea. That's a joke.
The kids and I have been getting into Sorry. It's a good one.
Oh yeah.
It's a good one for kids who are just starting to get into board games, you know?
Is there skill involved?
Yeah. I actually want to look this up to see how much skill there is, but there is some skill involved.
Okay,
You have
that's
to be
fun.
strategic about where you're placing your guys. You don't want to be in front of other pieces so that they don't land on you and knock you off.
Okay.
Things like that.
Cool.
Yeah. I hate games that are just mundane, just clicking or spinning, rolling the dice, and going from there. Like there's nothing to it. But
Yeah.
Sorry, you have to think a little bit about, which is nice.
Wait, do I have Javante? Yes, I do have Javante.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned earlier from Tom's co-host Tyler was showing us that you can, if you are still making a decision, you put multiple players in your queue. If you're like moving them around when your time runs out, it will give you a couple extra seconds to make your pick. So like if you're like he kept on doing it where it was like where we make the decision at the last second, he like grabs a player and moves them around. It like for whatever reason it like freezes the platform for a couple seconds and lets you actually move your player around.
No way.
Yeah. Good pro tip.
Yeah. You're all done with your draft, right?
I'm all done with my draft.
All right. I think I gotta go. Did I even out my buys for receiver enough? I think I did.
Yeah, you did.
I think I'm good on tight end, good on QB. I think I just add a late upside running back and then I collect my 1.5 million, right?
You can't win 1.5 million in this one. It's 100,000 to first.
No. See, Neil, it's such a good team. They're going to actually give me.
You think they'll pay you out extra because you're going to lap the field by so much?
Mm-hmm. They're going to be like, damn, that deserves 1.5 million.
Ryan Santoro was not satisfied with my answer, so he wants to ask you the dynasty question. What is your take on sending Josh Jacobs for Blake Corum and a 2025 first round pick in a dynasty league?
So I clued in 2 times earlier while you were drafting, and I caught this one. He also said in that question, if I remember correctly, the rest of his team is in a win now situation.
Yep.
And if it's in a win now situation, I think I keep Jacobs. I think I disagree with you and go for the win now. I also really like Jacobs this year.
Okay. All right, agree to disagree. But you're just wrong. Like look at any trade calculator; it's going to tell you make the trade. I don't actually know if that's the case. I literally have never played. All right, I played 1 year of Dynasty. I've literally never played a second year of Dynasty. Actually, if Tom is still here, my guess is that Tom is gone. But he would be a good person to ask an opinion of as well. All right, Steven wants us to give some recaps here. So I will first recap my team. We'll recap Drew's team. Steven would like a recap of his team. So I go Kyler, Baker, Will Levis at quarterback. At running back, I have Aaron Jones, Javonte Williams, Devin Singletary, Rico Dowdle, CEH, Deontay Foreman. At wide receiver, Puka Nacua, Marvin Harrison, Zay Flowers, Chris Godwin, Romo Dunze, Jerry Jeudy, Tyler Boyd, and at tight end, Terry McBride and Hunter Henry. So I've got Kyler with Marvin Harrison and Trey McBride. I have the bring back of Puka Nacua on that one. I have Baker Mayfield with Chris Godwin. Don't have any bringbacks from Carolina. And I have Will Levis with Tyler Boyd. That was I wanted to get a third quarterback in there. I don't have any Jacksonville bringbacks either. So just have the one game stack with Arizona and the Rams, but that's the game stack I really wanted. I love
Yeah,
that game
getting
stack.
that game stack gets you there.
Drew's team, you have Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love at quarterback, at running back, Christian McCaffrey, Devin Achane, Chase Brown, Damian Pierce, Tyrone Tracy, Keaton Mitchell at wide receiver, Mike Evans, Christian Watson, Deontay Johnson, Tyler Lockett, Dontavian Wicks, Jalen Polk, Rashad Bateman, Malachi Corley at tight end, Mark Andrews, and Luke Musgrave. So you've got Lamar Jackson with Keaton Mitchell and Rashad Bateman and Mark Andrews. Damian Pierce as the bringback. You have Jordan Love with Christian Watson and Dontavian Wicks and Luke Musgrave. No Minnesota bringback. That's a good looking team.
I'm happy with that, and I'm very impressed that you quickly on the fly grabbed Damian Pierce like that on the bringback. You are a professional.
Yeah, I've done this before. I can't do it with every team, but that one, like I just know the bringback immediately. Yeah, good looking team. Steven's team. Steven goes. Where was Steven? He's the 2-hole. Justin Herbert, Geno Smith, Derek Carr at quarterback, at running back, Bijan Robinson, Derrick Henry, James Conner, Gus Edwards, Ty Chandler at wide receiver, DK Metcalf, George Pickens, Terry McLaurin, DeAndre Hopkins, Lad McConkey, Rashid Shaheed, Quentin Johnson at tight end, Noah Fant, Jawan Johnson, Hayden Hurst. So he has Justin Herbert with Gus Edwards, Lad McConkey, Quentin Johnston, and Hayden Hurst. I believe they are playing New England. No bring back from New England. He has Geno Smith with DK Metcalf, Noah Fant. Anybody from Chicago? No bringbacks. And then he has Derek Carr with Rashid Shaheed, Jawan Johnson. I think they're playing Vegas.
Yeah, they're. Oh, the
no
Derek
bringbacks.
Carr Revenge Week 17 game?
Ooh, yeah. Didn't even think about that one. Yeah, it's a nice looking team. 3 different quarterbacks all stacked up. No game stacks, but like I like the game stacks, but it's not the biggest deal in the world if you don't get it. Bye weeks look good for quarterback. Bye weeks look good for running back. Bye weeks look good for wide receiver. Everything looks good to me.
Yeah, very solid.
All right. What do you think?
If you want to close it out, I'm good. I know you were fading too. We can always save it for Friday with the gang. Whatever you want.
Well, this contest is going to fill by Friday. Jeremy wants us to do one more. Do you have one more in you?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we're doing one more, and then we are closing this one out. So if you want to draft with us, we are going to do one more pit bull. We're going to do the 15-second clock, and we're going to call it good.
Are you entering?
Oh, no. I got to enter on my phone, but I'm going to enter right now anyway, and then we'll bring it up on the computer.
You got 4 spots left? 5, yeah, 4 spots.
I'm in. We are in the same draft.
Cool.
Now, is this one going to fill, or are we going to wait 5 hours for this one to fill? No, it wouldn't be that bad. Oh, we're up to 11. Okay, good. Oh, man, I cannot believe we actually outlasted Steven. Steven is the one who I believe like last night was like up at 2 a.m. or maybe it was on the weekend. He's like, all right, guys, who wants to draft at 2 a.m.? So outlasting Steven, that is impressive of us.
We did it.
All right, we are full. You have the 1 hole once again, and I have the 11 hole once again.
No way.
Go figure.
That's amazing.
Winky Christ in this one with us.
Winky.
Jeremy in the 7 hole. I forget. Have you and Winky met in real life?
No. We're very close to each other though, geographically, but not met in real life.
One day.
It'll happen soon. I might surprise him in his liquor store one of these days.
Nice. Do you know what liquor store he works in?
I feel like he's posted it, but
Yeah.
I'd have to ask him.
It's the one that LaMelo goes to. Oh, this is Braden. Braden's in the 4-hole.
Nice.
All right. Well, we'll get this one done, and then we're going to bed for real now.
Deal.
And then catch me at noon Central Time on Davis's stream.
Is this 5 drafts on stream now for you then?
Yes, sir.
Not bad.
3 BBM, 2 of these.
Warrior.
Yeah, got to do what you got to do.
And then you have to wake up at 10. Damn.
That's true. It's a tough life. It's a tough life being a streamer.
Poor guy. I think my kids will wake me up at 6:30.
But it's only what, 10:45 for you right now?
Yeah, no, it's bearable. If I get 6 hours, I'm good.
Oh, really? Man, I struggle getting 6 hours.
I'd prefer 7 or 8, but 6 is fine.
Yeah.
Who'd you grab first last time? Puka?
I got Puka first last time, so good to mix it up this time.
Yeah.
Double running back at the turn.
It's like your dream.
Oh, no, I can't take Rick London. They have the same bye week. So I'll go Harrison.
Well, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that was tough. All of the receivers I wanted had that week 12 bye, except for the rookie Marvin Harrison, who I did take last time as well.
Right. I'm not sold on him at that draft spot, but we'll see.
I saw Josh Norris on Twitter fishing for. Apparently, there was somebody did like a thread or something at one point about how it would be really shocking, basically, if he pays off that ADP. So I assume Josh was going to do some sort of content on how he's a bad pick at ADP. But he's just, to me, he might be just like otherworldly. Like he might just be the exception to the rule.
He might be, yeah. I mean, he almost has to be, but he might be, right?
He might be Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
Like the senior.
Yeah. Winky setting up that very nice week 17 stack.
Mm-hmm. It's a fun one.
Yeah.
That one does have the highest total in week 17.
Yeah.
Of course, you might have wanted to set that one up too. Or you still could, I guess. Go Laporta here.
I was actually going to go Achane again. I go Devonta and... See, Neighbors is also going way too early in my mind.
I like Neighbors.
Yeah.
I mean, they sucked last year, but 2 years ago, the Giants offense is really good. I think he's like the very clear wide receiver 1 on the Giants. You and I, we have different opinions.
Yeah. Well, that's good. It's more fun. No, it's not that I don't like him. I just think that that's pretty early, right? For Daniel Jones, pass catcher.
I hear you.
Who's a rookie, right? In a questionable offense, I don't know.
But he was what, like the 8th or 9th overall pick?
Yeah. Oh, great talent. And if he was on a different team, sure. I just let me reference that chart that I made that I talked about earlier. You want to guess how many over 48 total points the Giants are supposed to be involved in?
I would expect their defense to be bad, so I would expect it to be not 0.
It is 0.
It is 0?
Do you want to guess how many under 44 total points they're supposed to be in out of 17?
15.
12. Which is the worst.
That's a fair point. You're making a fair point.
I will retweet that chart right now so it's easier for people to find if you want it.
Yeah. Double running back, double tight end at the turn there.
Wow, same guy. Yeah. Wow.
Get a little week 17 correlation with Tank Dell and Zay Flowers. I thought about going Josh Allen there because I have Garrett Wilson set up that week 17 game stack. Maybe I should have. I think I'd be feeling better if I did. But yeah, whatever.
Live a little.
I did. I did live a little by taking 4 receivers in the first 4 rounds.
Yeah. That sounds like you.
It does sound like me. Very much like me. You got me pegged. Not in that way. Don't get your mind out of the gutter, guys.
Yes, but I like the strategy of going a little extra running backs on underdog.
We'll see.
Against the grain, right?
It is against the grain. Could work out.
Yeah. Wow, look at Winky's team.
Let's take a look. Amon-Ra, Debo, Kyron, McBride. That's interesting. Oh, I mean, he's got to get his Rams guy. He gets Kyron at 30.
I mean,
nice correlation there. Yeah.
The week 17 on both fronts on the first
2 game stacks. That feels good. That feels good for Winky.
That's fun. Oh, my stacks just got blown up. I had 3 options there for double stacks. All right. So I'll go with my third option.
That's fun. In my heart of hearts, I was really hoping Lamar would come back to me, but it was a long shot. There was no way he was going to come.
Well, I was going to take him. So
yeah, that's fair.
I was going to do what I did last time.
Pretty risky taking Lamar first for Braden. Usually, if you take Mark Andrews first, you'll get Lamar to come back, but
sure,
it's a lot less guaranteed. I mean, it's not guaranteed either way, but a lot less likely, I think, if you take Lamar first. But worked out.
Yeah.
Nice looking team.
Do you are you going to do the Scottish Open or the Open for DFS?
PGA?
Yeah.
Haven't really been playing PGA. I've just been doing pick 6 for PGA.
Yeah.
Which I think is just like I shouldn't say it's super. They've made some adjustments to make it less like free money. For a while it was super easy. But they have made it more tough. All right, I guess I can take Cook for that correlation. Yeah, but I rarely play PGA DFS. Like you said, I can't crack it. I don't know. I've had sweats. They've never worked out. So maybe it's just I haven't played that much PGA DFS.
It's a game.
Yeah, but it's like you talk to like so many of the best DFS players in the world are like, yeah, I've just never won at PGA DFS.
Yeah,
so, yeah, I don't really want to.
It's crazy. I just like the overnight golf and or late night or early morning. Like I should be down on like Friday night or Thursday night to run this again and have some golf in the background and
yeah,
that'll be fun.
Oh, let's do that. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Thursday night I can't. I have concert tickets. We're going to a Lissy concert with my wife.
A what concert?
Do you know Lissy?
No.
Female rock star.
Huh.
Should be fun. We've seen her at the Minnesota State Fair before.
Nice.
She might be a Minnesotan actually. Maybe that's why I would know her and you wouldn't. I'm not sure. But good show.
Fun.
But Friday, I don't think I have anything planned for Friday.
Sounds like a plan. I know Justin will be doing Scottish Open lineup, so we'll be up late.
Yeah, I'm more likely to play it if there is pick 6 available. Like if I can get my pick 6, and it's like I'm already thinking about it. I'm doing some research on it, then I'm going to do it. But like I don't think I have any kind of edge in PGA DFS, or at least it's, I don't know. I've never realized it. So, but it's like if I'm already doing the research for pick 6, then I'll throw a few lineups in. If not, probably skip it. And last week they just didn't do any weekend long pick 6, so was not intrigued by it.
Yeah, fair. This feels too late for Kamara. I didn't realize he was going this late.
Yeah,
wow. Like I said, running backs just go too late here.
Okay, but then look at the running backs who are available now. So I mean, we've got a string of wide receivers, but by just looking at the running backs now, David Montgomery. Oh, David Montgomery goes too late. Aaron Jones. Oh, Aaron Jones goes too late. Najee Harris, Jonathan Brooks, Zamir White, Jalen Ward. Just like it's If they all go too late,
what the board gives you.
Yeah. If they all go too late, then in my opinion, none of them go too late. But
yeah. No, you're right. I get that. Yeah, because if you're the one reaching or grabbing those running backs while everyone else, I mean, your team is not going to look as good.
Winky gets Kyler Murray. I was just thinking, man, it'd be nice if Kyler falls back to me because CJ Stroud did not. So taking some pass catching options that do not have anybody that I can take later on, which is not ideal.
Winky has a fun team.
He does have a fun team. I like that team.
I think the only one I question is Odunze, but
I like Odunze.
Yeah. You know I don't like rookies.
That's true. I do know that about you.
Where Justin loves rookies.
Yeah, that is true also.
Right?
Yeah. All right, now I took my second tight end already. Probably should have pushed Jake Ferguson since this Vidor guy already has 2 tight ends. But such is life. 0-3-2-2 build for Vidor. Now what? All right. Now I go Dak. Because see, I made the late decision to do the Ferguson Dak stack because I'd already taken 4 pass catchers. No, I guess just 3 pass catchers. Marvin Harrison, Tank Dell, and Zay Flowers. Already their quarterback had been taken. So it was getting to the point where it was like, all right, I'm getting kind of boxed out at stacking. So I decided to reach a little bit on that Dallas stack so that I have 1 stack built in.
Yeah, I like that. I have 1 futures bet for the NFL season right now. Do you know my futures bet for NBA last season?
I feel like I did at one point.
It was the Mavs. I bet them to win the West, and I bet them to win the championship in early February, or maybe late January. So pretty good odds. I think I got them at 30 to 1 for championship and 16 to 1 for West. Not as good as I think some other sharps got them at, but I think it was like a common group think at the time that Mavs going to trade deadline had the Kyrie Luka base, could do something, right? And I was pretty happy with the turnout, obviously. Obviously, you know, I hedged a little bit in just some individual games just after seeing how dominant Celtics were going to be and how banged up Luka was. That was just a bummer all around.
Yeah, that was a bummer. Rashid Shaheed. I like Rashid Shaheed quite a bit this year. It is a bummer seeing him go. He's gone in the 90s, and I think at least 4 of the 5 drafts I've done tonight, maybe all 5, he had been like pretty like comfortably. You could get him in like the 110 to 115 range.
Interesting.
So I hate seeing him rise up. I loved him as like, all right, if I don't get anybody else, like I'll take Rashid Shaheed. I like him. Honestly, I think I might like him as much as Jameson Williams. And for a while, he was going much later, and now he's going much closer. So
he might be on DraftKings. I don't want to misspeak here. Like I said, I've only done maybe a dozen, if that. He might be my top pick right now.
Damn. Captain Osimo comes in and says, "Geez, up a little late, Dad." I assume he's talking to you. I don't have any children that I know of, at least.
Yeah, well, you're the community dad.
You know, want to know what happened to me? This on the 4th of July, I was kind enough to invite Nerdy Tenor to my 4th of July party. He happened to be coming through Minnesota, so I invited him to my 4th of July party. Nerdy Tenor, who is 9 years older than me, referred to me as the. He said it nicely. What is the word? Like kindly grandfather of the DFS space. That's not the word. He used a different word, but it was along those the kindly grandfather of the DFS space. I was like, dude, you're 9 years older than I am. You can't call me the kindly grandfather of the DFS space. I do not accept this.
Fair. Oh yeah, fair. I keep saying fair just because it's part of my natural vocabulary, but I realize in the best ball streaming space, it means differently.
Yeah, I mean that was just ship chasing has ruined us with the fair.
Not that I've ever seen it. You told me about it.
Oh, funny.
Yeah, if you are referencing me up late, I am a night owl. Just always been, and my wife will have me sleep in sometimes, or let the kids not come and get me, so it works out.
Yeah, I feel like Justin seems like he's definitely a night owl.
Yeah,
I got the impression that Debro is. I'm not sure to what extent Debro is a night owl.
Yeah, I think he is as well.
Oh, it says you don't remember the reference from your stream with Felix. I don't. I didn't remember that was on stream. I thought that Felix. I did a stream on Felix Castro, his stream, and he did say that I have like a fatherly vibe to me or something like that, which is funny because I don't have kids. But I get it. I get that I have that vibe to me.
You do.
I don't know how to undo that. I want to have a rock star vibe to me. I don't want to have a dad vibe to me, but
Rockstar dad.
we just are who we are,
Yeah.
Can't help it.
Oh, what I was going to say about futures bet is I put one futures bet for NFL. Just for now. Any guesses? I just did to win it all. Any guesses on who? I'm going to look up the odds right now. And I guess it's
Rams.
Not the Rams.
Lions.
No. But I do like the Lions. It's probably not good content to keep guessing.
No, I want to guess all 32 teams until I get them. Cowboys.
Yes.
Nailed it. Third try.
You did it. I think people forget how dominant they looked at times last year.
They did.
And I think there's good value there.
Defense looked good for a while. Offense looked great.
Yeah. Are you okay with the 3 late tight end build?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I love it just because you're setting yourself up for such a hole to dig out of in the likes of like the Kelseys and the Laportas and whatnot.
Yeah, and there are a lot of like good tight ends this year with Laporta, McBride, Kincaid, Andrews, Kelsey. Like there's just so many that it does feel like there's going to be at least a couple tight ends that are just going to lap the field. So I hear you. Yeah, it's a little bit tougher, but going 3 late, not the end of the world. I do definitely do more elite tight end like I did.
Yeah.
Pitts and Ferguson here, I think it's good.
Yeah. What did I get the Cowboys at? $20-1. That just feels good.
That feels pretty good.
I have a France basketball Olympics final to reach the finals bet.
Is Wemby playing for France?
Yes, and Rudy.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. They cut Killian Hayes. He's not good enough to make the team, which I think is telling.
That is pretty telling. Wow. I'm just realizing I'm doing the bye week thing. I have 3 of my 5 wide receivers have the week 14 bye week.
Yeah, I have a few. I have 3 out of my 6 on week 10.
I tried to do Tyler's trick of adjusting the queue at the last minute. Did not work out for me, but I don't.
No.
It's probably fine.
I'm looking at all my other open bets right now. I have a lot of political bets, which I won't get into right now. But I feel like
your political bets don't necessarily have to align with your politics.
No, fair.
Yeah. But you're still people are going to be pissed off no matter what you say.
I mean, I'll just say I have Trump at minus 115 when he's currently sitting at minus 175. So the closing line value. We'll just talk about that.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Yeah. We are over 4 hours into this stream.
Beast.
Yeah. Only one piss break, I'll remind you.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I had a friend text earlier, one of my law school friends, that he is in the throes right now of prepping for a colonoscopy. Now, this is actually a younger friend who has Crohn's disease, so it's not his first time doing it. But I am at the age now where it's like people say that I think you should when I feel like the age is like 45 now is when you're supposed to do it. But it sounds so awful to me.
I know the prep work is awful. But I think whenever you can do something to preventatively look out for your health,
yeah,
do it.
I saw Levitan did the whole like content piece around it, which I appreciate. I appreciate him doing that.
He's an open book.
Definitely a good idea. So you just got your first 2 tight ends, Fireman and Cole Kmet. Oh, you got the Fireman with bring back on your Mahomes stack.
Mm-hmm. I was going to go Charbonnet, and I'm curious your take on this. So I have Seattle pass catchers, and my plan, if it works out, is to grab Geno as well. And I hear you actually rattle off running backs in your stacks, in your team stacks, and I think that's totally fair. But I lean towards if you're going for in best ball, QB, receiver stacks, whatnot. Like, do you really want the running back as well? But I guess for best ball, because for DFS, I actually try to avoid it for the most part. But maybe in best ball, it makes more sense, i.e., it's not a heavy passing game, so then it's a heavy running game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that is debatable for sure. Like, it depends on who you ask. I think that for like a full season, betting on the whole offense in general, I think is a plus EV bet. But yeah, for the individual weeks, definitely it's probably not. So yeah, I mean, it's something that I question as well, obviously.
Well, and Charbonnet could be,
yeah, I think Charbonnet I like with the stack.
Yeah, maybe that should have been a better one, or should have been a go for me.
Cousins goes at 153, so I go Rodgers there instead. $12, $14, $5. Get me some Jalen Wright. Double contingent value, as we like to say.
Double contingent value. Wow.
because he has both Achan and Mostert ahead of him, and the Dolphins used two running backs a lot last year. So our assumption going in, which we don't know if it's correct, but everybody who is doing content, or I think most people playing best ball right now, are making the assumption that if either of Achan or Mostert goes down, then Wright is going to be the second running back, because
Yeah,
he's got kind of a similar, like, he's a very speedy, athletic running back. He's also the biggest of the group, so like might have some standalone. Like he might be the goal line back. Who knows? Who knows? But that's what we tell ourselves.
my read, and not that I have any good insights on this other than just guesswork, is that this is just a chance show, and Mostert is a 30% snap kind of guy, which in that offense does have good value. But I just think we saw so much of a split last year because of Achan's injury, because he was a rookie, because it took him time. And I don't think we see that next year. I think it's Achan's show, and that's it.
I sort of felt like later in the year, Mostert got sort of like reeled in a little bit, like he wasn't used quite as much. And I don't know if that's true. I think that's an offense that it's worth looking into. That I probably need to do some research, because like my memory, my gut is like it seemed like they reeled Mostert in a little bit later in the year, but I don't know if that's actually true. Like I feel like he retained his value on like touchdowns late, but didn't have quite the same volume. But
Yeah, no, I think you're totally right. Late, sorry, I was just drafting and didn't realize Noah Fant had gone. I was going to grab Gino and Noah there too. You're totally right. Mostert was getting pulled back. He had a couple 3 touchdown games, which just crushed me.
Yeah.
Or 4 touchdown games. I do believe that they were starting to phase him out. I think we saw it in the playoffs as well. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Yeah.
I mean, he's fast, which is obviously good, but he lucked out with a lot of touchdown variance last year, and
he's going to be 33 this year, I think. Yeah.
What was that?
I think he's going to be 33, maybe 32, but he's also getting older.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to note that Demarcus Robinson went 1 pick before Winky Christ here. I credit Winky Christ with like opening my eyes to Demarcus Robinson pretty early when he tweeted about him, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a really good point. He was really good this year.
Yeah. He was good.
So, and I assume Winky was going to take him there as a bring back on his Kyler stack, but who knows?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Get some Bucky in my life. And then I'm going to take your guy.
Yeah, going Eli.
Going Eli.
I wasn't going to go with him.
You have CMC, so you don't need him. I mean,
exactly.
like you're making the bet on CMC.
Did I grab Eli last? I don't think so.
You got CMC last time too.
Yeah, so I don't think I grabbed. I think I grabbed Eli our first draft. I forgot this was our third draft.
The what says Davis? Yeah, I know Davis. That was actually I DM'd him, and said that his take on Robinson was wrong. That was the first DM that my first communication with Davis ever was, your incorrect take on DeMarcus Robinson aside, great stream today, or something along those lines.
Funny.
Regarding colonoscopies, Captain Osmo says, dude, I just had mine at 45. Yep, not awful, no problem. Drank the Gatorade with Miralax. Poop water all night, no food, show up, put to sleep, wake up and go home. It's a breeze. That is good. I've heard that. That all sounds like a lot to me though. Like not eating for a long time, just like
I think there might be some sarcasm in there.
Oh, really?
That does not sound like a breeze.
All right. Might be. I've heard that it's a breeze. People have said like it's not that hard. It's really, yeah.
If Likely falls to me, I might go for him. How's the bye week shape up? Yeah, all right. Likely, I don't know. Herbert, Tracy. I'm going to go the upside of Tracy.
Nice. You'll have to tell D-Bro and see if he hates him or loves him.
Yeah, I thought
He might love him. I don't know.
I'm going to text him right now. I'll include you on it.
Okay. Gonna wake him up. He's gonna be pissed.
Yeah, I'll make sure to notify him, even if his notifications are off.
I assume that everybody sleeps with like notifications turned off or like the buzzer, whatever, turned off.
Yeah.
Or like, but sometimes I feel a little bit bad when I text people super late at night. I'm like, am I wrong? Like, are there people who like, need to have the alarm on or the volume on?
I hope not.
Yeah.
I have not had a sound or vibrate on my text for like years.
Me neither. Yeah. This is like, why would you? But
yeah, I'll check my text when I can and I'll respond then.
Good. Same page.
Yeah. I do keep my phone ringer on loud, not at night, but during the day so that I don't miss, because if I'm getting a call, it's from like one of 3 people and I should answer it. But yeah, if you ever need to reach me, you can call me.
Nice.
And I'll hear it.
Man, I don't know what to do here.
I feel like you need a receiver now.
I do like Jalen McMillan. All right, we're going McMillan. Yeah. I did go, unlike you, I went 4 receivers with my first 4 picks. So I'm not that behind at receiver.
I mean, look at my receiver room. That is fantastic.
Oh, I will in a bit, momentarily. I might go the 2-7-7-2 route.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize you still had another pick.
Oh, yeah. Get me some Braylon Allen.
I think I've gotten, assuming, well, I'll wait. Yeah. I've gotten Keaton Mitchell in our last 2 drafts, and I'm queued up for him right now unless Winky takes him.
He would never.
Nah. That upside, why don't you like him?
Just the injury. I think he's a fine. I probably should draft him more than I do. It's just like now it's like, well, Derrick Henry is the clear running back 1,
Sure.
so it's not, he doesn't have the like standalone value at all.
Yeah.
Like I don't think he's gonna have. So it's all contingent value, and it's all contingent value, assuming that he's also recovered well enough that he's going to be good. But he was very good last year.
Amazing.
If he gets back to the same efficiency that it was last year, he could be great. It's just I'm just scared, I guess.
I think arguably he has the same upside / contingent value of Eli Mitchell. And to your point on rookies coming in when you want them to come in, i.e. towards the end of the season,
that
would be Keaton's recovery window, and
True.
He could be a league winner.
He went, so you can't take him now.
Damn it. I did not realize that.
Mom Pants was listening.
Oh, no. Oh, no. All right. There we go. Whew.
You got Drew in a panic.
Yeah.
I have now officially finished my Dalmatians, my pit bulls.
Dalmatians.
That was a different one. I did that one too. We are going to close it out after looking at teams. If anybody wants us to look at their team very quickly, we will briefly look at the teams that were drafted before closing out. My team, I just had 2 quarterbacks, Dak Prescott, Aaron Rodgers. At running back, James Cook, Brian Robinson, Tyjae Spears, Jalen Wright, Bucky Irving, Eli Mitchell, Braylon Allen. At wide receiver, Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison, Tank Dell, Zay Flowers, A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Legette, Jalen McMillan. At tight end, Kyle Pitts and Jake Ferguson. So we got the Dak. I don't think I did any kind of bring back on this one. Just got the Dak Ferguson. Honestly, not my best team. And then I go Aaron Rodgers with Garrett Wilson. Just a single stack, no Buffalo. Or no, I did get I have Braylon Allen on that one as well. Yeah, no bring back from Buffalo. Oh no, I have James Cook bring back. That's right. Not my favorite team. I think it has a chance. I think the position capital is pretty solid. I like the talent at each position. Any notes, Drew?
No, it's not terrible. I like the
Not
teams we're
terrible.
betting
That's
on.
the review that I'm looking for. Not
Yeah.
terrible.
So it's a solid 3 out of 10.
All right, we'll take a 3 out of 10. Braden wants us to look at his team also. We'll look at Drew's team. Drew from the 101 goes Patrick Mahomes and Geno Smith at quarterback. At running back, Christian McCaffrey, Alvin Kamara, Jonathan Brooks, Chase Brown, Tyrone Tracy, Will Shipley. At wide receiver, Devontae Smith, DK Metcalf, Hollywood Brown, JSN, Rashid Shaheed, Jerry Jeudy, Ricky Pearsall, Fryermuth, Cole Kmet, and Isaiah Likely at tight end. So it's Mahomes with
Just Hollywood.
just Hollywood. You got the Fryermuth bring back on the team. And then you have Geno Smith with DK Metcalf and JSN. Bring back of Cole Kmet. Just Cole Kmet?
Yeah.
Just Cole Kmet. So strong quarterbacks with Mahomes there, offsetting buys. Strong running backs with McCaffrey, Kamara, Brooks. A lot of offsetting buys within the running backs. Wide receivers, you did a little bit earlier with the wide receivers in this one. Second and third round, Devontae Smith, DK Metcalf, Hollywood Brown in the 5th round, JSN. Yeah, I like this team actually.
Maybe my best one of the night.
I hate to say it, but this is a pretty solid team.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
See, took me a couple practice rounds, and now I'm good to go.
Now you're good to go. Braden's team though, love right away. He said he has Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. Love that.
Neil, sorry, you have a comment in front of the screen still.
Oh, my bad.
Oh, you're good.
I didn't even intentionally hit that comment, but thank you for hanging out with us, Drew. All right. We'll look at the icon as well, but first we'll finish. So Braden has Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow at quarterback. At running back, he has Tony Pollard, Javonte Williams, Zeke Elliott, Marshawn Lloyd, Ray Davis, Khalil Herbert. At wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, Rashee Rice, Lad McConkey, Wan'Dale Robinson, Marvin Mims. At tight end, Mark Andrews, Tyler Conklin, Mike Gesicki. So he's got Lamar Jackson with Mark Andrews. Does he have any Houston? No Houston. He's got Joe Burrow with Jamar Chase and Mike Gesicki. He has Marvin Mims bring back as well as Javonte. So strong game stack there with Cincinnati, Denver. Any other notes, Drew?
No, but you know how in NFL playoff best ball, how the like holy grail is to stack both teams that have the bye, right? And in hopes that you can get them to the Super Bowl, but it's highly unlikely because you don't have anyone in week one.
Yep.
I almost feel like for season long, the Baltimore Houston stack is going to be that holy grail, right? If you can get those two teams, that big stack to week 17 to the championship, that's going to be interesting. Getting there might be tough with a big fat 0 or close to in the bye, but could be cool.
Well, it's the bye week, and it's also like they all just go so early. Like all three of the Houston receivers go within the first 3 rounds.
Yeah,
Lamar goes early, CJ Stroud goes. So it's just like it's hard to get them regardless. Even if you're like, I want to do that stack and get it through.
Yeah,
it's like the bye week. It's something, but like you have 18 players to get you through the bye, so you theoretically could if you could. But yeah, that's true. That game could just go nuclear for sure. The icon. Jeremy has Jordan Love with Daniel Jones as his quarterbacks. That's an interesting 2-quarterback room. Kind of light, but I think it's good enough. Running back, Bijan Robinson, Najee Harris. So he does the Bijan with Tyler Algier, Najee Harris, Antonio Gibson, CEH, Alexander Madison. At wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk, Malik Neighbors, George Pickens, Jaden Reed, DeAndre Hopkins, Romeo Dobbs, Dontavian Wicks, Jermaine Burton. At tight end, George Kittle and Dalton Schultz. So he's got Jordan Love stacked up with Jaden Reed and Romeo Dobbs and Dontavian Wicks. I don't hate that. I don't hate taking 3 of the Packers.
Yeah.
I don't think he had any Minnesota bringbacks. And then he's got Daniel Jones paired up with Malik Neighbors. Just Malik Neighbors, and then any Colts. No Colts bringback. So he's got big bet on Green Bay. No week 17 bringback. Small bet on the Giants. I think it looks good.
The chart that I referenced earlier of 48 point totals on the season, Green Bay is number 5.
That's not bad.
Yeah, they're setting up for actually tied 4. Sorry, they're setting up for a good year.
Hell yeah. Jeremy says running backs are rough, but you have a lot of them. You got hey, it's just 6, but Bijan, Najee Harris, those are really strong running backs. I feel like I kind of like these. I don't love Madison, but he's not the worst. I like Algier, Gibson, CEH. I think those are solid.
Yeah, you get a couple, as we'll see throughout the season, you get a couple running back injuries, and you'll be fine. You keep Bijan healthy, knock on wood, all season, and you're golden.
Yep. All right, we made it through 5 drafts tonight, Drew. I guess I made it through 5. You only made it through what, 3? I mean, that's not that.
That's my record.
That is your record. That's true. We both. I don't know. It's probably actually not a record for me. It is a record for you. So you set a record for yourself. I did not set a PR. Drew, I really appreciate you coming on to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Do you have anything to tout? Anywhere that people should find you?
No, you can find me on Twitter at Fantasy Guru Drew, and that's it. I don't do anything for cost or anything like that. I just do it for fun, like hanging.
Go find Drew on Twitter at Fantasy Guru Drew. Hopefully, we'll be back on this channel soon, doing another draft stream soon. Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you all for hanging out with us. This was a good time. This 4.5-hour stream, I enjoyed doing it. I just put it down on the bottom. Subscriber goal 2,000. We're a ways away. Would appreciate it if you do subscribe to the channel. If you haven't already, hit the like button on the video. If you have any comments on any of our teams, anything we talked about in the video, go ahead and comment. That helps the algo as well. Really appreciate you guys. Let's catch you next time.
Thanks all.